So we are going to go ahead and get started. And again, good morning and happy Constitution Day. I'm Kathy Gillespie, Chair of Constituting America. I'll be one of your co-hosts for the day, and welcome to our live stream.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tova Love Kaplan. I'm 18 years old and I'm a freshman at Harvard University. I am the National Youth Director for Constituting America, as well as co-host of the fabulous Constitutional Chats podcast with Kathy and our other student ambassadors. We are so excited for you all to see everything we have in store for you today.
Hello, good morning, all you cool cats and kittens. I'm Dakari Chapman. I'm from Charleston, South Carolina. I serve as a National Student Ambassador for Constituting America's National Youth Board. Like Tova said, I'm also a part of the Constitutional Chats team. And to see all of our different programs, please visit americanthing.org. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jeanette Cranack, Director of Operations and School Outreach Liaison here at Constituting America. Today, I'm coming from Philadelphia, and I just wanted to say a special welcome to all of our students and teachers this morning. Before we get started with our events, I'd like to tell you about our scholarship contest, and Kathy will introduce our wonderful We the Future contest winners, who will be singing the national anthem and reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Constituting America has a We the Future scholarship contest. We have categories for song, STEM, PSA, essay, poems, short film, speech, and artwork with options for almost every age group. Typically, all entries are due tomorrow on Constitution Day, but we're having a special extension for our viewers of our Constitution Day program. Viewers like you have an extra 2 weeks to submit your original work. Visit our website, americanthing.org, for more information and to enter our contest today, anytime next week, or by Friday, September 30th.
Thank you, Jeanette. Now, Corlin and Jake Cairns are our We the Future Best High School Song winners, and they will be singing our national anthem this morning. Our Best Middle School STEM winner, Noe Flores, will be reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, Corlin and Jake, we're ready for you.
Oh, say, can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, that was beautiful and very moving. Thank you so much, Corlin and Jake. That was just amazing. Now we are excited to have our Best Middle School STEM winner, Noe Flores, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Noe. Thank you. Very well done. Thank you all for being with us today. We want to start our day with a live reading of the U.S. Constitution and all of its amendments in full. Abraham Lincoln once referred to the Declaration of Independence as a golden apple, and the Constitution as the silver frame that protects that apple. We at Constituting America believe that all Americans should hear the Constitution in full, to celebrate how brilliant our founders were in setting up a government that derives its power from the consent of the governed. For our younger viewers, that means we the people. That means we the people give the government its power, not the other way around. So without further ado, Kathy, Tova, Dakari, and I will now read for you the United States Constitution. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America. Article 1 of the Constitution, Article 1, Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives.
Article 1, Section 2. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen.
The following was reversed by the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery in 1865. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a team of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. This was nullified or reversed by the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery in 1865. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of the Congress of the United States, and with every subsequent term of 10 years, in such manner as they shall be by law direct. The number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least 1 representative. And until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations 1, Connecticut 5, New York 6, New Jersey 4, Pennsylvania 8, Delaware 1, Maryland 6, Virginia 10, North Carolina 5, South Carolina 5, and Georgia 3.
When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. The House of Representatives shall choose their speaker and other officers and shall have the sole power of impeachment. Article 1, Section 3. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, chosen by the legislature thereof for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. This was amended by the 17th Amendment, which created direct election of senators in 1913. Immediately after they shall be assembled in consequence of the first election, they shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. The seats of the senators of the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the second year, of the second class at the expiration of the 4th year, and of the third class at the expiration of the 6th year, so that 1/3 may be chosen every second year. And if vacancies happen by resignation or otherwise during the recess of the legislature of any state, the executive thereof may make temporary appointments until the next meeting of the legislature, which shall then fill such vacancies. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained to the age of 30 years and been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of the states for which he shall be chosen.
The Vice President of the United States shall be President of the Senate, but shall have no vote unless they be equally divided. The Senate shall choose their other officers, and also a President pro temp in the absence of the Vice President, and when he shall exercise the office of the President of the United States. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be an oath or affirmation. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside, and no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. Judgment cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to the law.
Article 1, Section 4. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing senators. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall be on the first Monday in December, unless they shall by law appoint a different day. This was amended by the 20th Amendment in 1933, which changed the dates of congressional terms. Article 1, Section 5. Each house shall be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members, and a majority of each shall constitute a quorum to do business. But a smaller number may adjourn from day to day and may be authorized to compel the attendance of absent members in such manner and under such penalties as each house may provide.
Each house may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with a concurrence of 2/3, expel a member. Each house shall keep a journal of its proceedings and from time to time publish the same, excepting such parts as may in their judgment require secrecy. And the yeas and nays of the members of either house on any question shall, at the desire of 1/5 of those present, be entered on the journal. Neither house during the session of Congress shall, without the consent of the other, adjourn for more than 3 days, nor to any other place than that in which the two houses shall be sitting.
Article 1, Section 6. The senators and representatives shall receive a compensation for their services to be ascertained by law and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. They shall in all cases except treason, felony, and breach of the peace be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses, and in going to and returning from the same. And for any speech or debate in either house, they shall not be questioned in any other place. No senator or representative shall during the time for which he was elected be appointed to any civil office under the authority of the United States, which shall have been created, or the emoluments whereof shall have been increased during such time. And no person holding any office under the United States shall be a member of either house during his continuance in office.
Article 1, Section 7. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments on the bills. Every bill which shall have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall before it become a law be presented to the President of the United States. If he approve, he shall sign it. But if not, he shall return it with his objections to that House in which it shall have originated. Who shall enter the objections at large on their journal and proceed to reconsider it? If after such reconsideration, 2/3 of that House shall agree to pass the bill, it shall be sent together with the objections to the other House, by which it shall likewise be reconsidered, and if approved by 2/3 of that House, it shall become a law.
But in all such cases, the votes of both houses shall be determined by yeas and nays, and the names of the persons voting for and against the bill shall be entered on the journal of each house respectively. If any bill shall not be returned by the President within 10 days, Sundays excepted, after it shall have been presented to him, the same shall be a law in like manner as if he had signed it, unless the Congress by their adjournment prevent its return, in which case it shall not be a law. Every order, resolution, or vote to which the concurrence of the Senate and House of Representatives may be necessary, except on a question of adjournment, shall be presented to the President of the United States. and before the same shall take effect, shall be approved by him, or being disapproved by him, shall be repassed by 2/3 of the Senate and House of Representatives, according to the rules and limitations prescribed in the case of a bill.
Article 1, Section 8. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. To borrow money on the credit of the United States. To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes. To establish a uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States. To coin money, regulate the value thereof and of foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures. To provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States. To establish post offices and post roads. To promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries.
To constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court, to define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offenses against the law of nations, to declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water, to raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years, to provide and maintain a navy, to make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces, to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions, to provide for organizing army and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states respectively the appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress.
To exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district not exceeding 10 miles square as may, by secession of particular states and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of the government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be, for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings, and to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers and all other powers vested by this Constitution in the government of the United States or in any department or officer thereof.
Article 1, Section 9. The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by Congress prior to the year 1808, but a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation not exceeding $10 for each person. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it. No bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. No tax or duty shall be laid on articles exported from any state.
No preference shall be given by any regulation of commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over those of another, nor shall vessels bound to or from one state be obliged to enter, clear, or pay duties in another. No money shall be drawn from the treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law, and a regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept of any present, emollient, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state.
Article 1, Section 10. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in any payment of debts, pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or grant any title of nobility. No state shall, without the consent of the Congress, lay any imposts or duties on imports or exports, except that may be absolutely necessary for executing its inspection laws. And the net produce of all duties and imposts laid by any state on imports or exports shall be for the use of the Treasury of the United States, and all such laws shall be subject to the revision and control of the Congress. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any duty on tonnage, keep troops or ships of war in time of peace, enter into any agreement or compact with another state or the foreign power, or engage in war, unless actually invaded or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay.
Article 2. Article 2, Section 1. The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of 4 years, and together with the Vice President chosen for the same term, be elected as follows. Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress, but no senator or representative or person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States shall be appointed an elector. The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballots for 2 persons, of whom one at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. And they shall make a list of all the persons voted for and of the number of votes for each, which list they shall sign and certify and transmit sealed to the seat of government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the vote shall then be counted.
The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the president, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if there be more than one who have such majority and have an equal number of votes, then the House of Representatives shall immediately choose by ballot one of them for president. And if no person have a majority, then from the 5 highest on the list, the said House shall in like manner choose the president. But in choosing the president, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. In every case, after the choice of president, the person having the greatest number of votes of the electors shall be the vice president. But if there shall remain 2 or more who have equal votes, the Senate shall choose from them by ballot the vice president. This was replaced by the 12th Amendment in 1804, which changed the Electoral College format to vote for president and vice president separately. The Congress may determine the time of choosing the electors and the day on which they shall give their votes, which day shall be the same throughout the United States. No person except a natural-born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible to the office of president. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years and have been 14 years a resident within the United States.
In case of the removal of the president from office or of his death, resignation, or inability to discharge the powers and duties of the said office, the same shall devolve on the vice president, and the Congress may by law provide for the case of removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the president and vice president, declaring what officer shall then act as president, and such officer shall act accordingly until the disability be removed or a president shall be elected. This was altered by the 25th Amendment in 1967, which further addressed presidential succession issues, procedures, and vice presidential vacancies. The president shall, at stated times, receive for his services a compensation, which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall have been elected, and he shall not receive Within that period, any other emolument from the United States or any of them. Before he enter on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Article 2, Section 2. The President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of the several states. When called into the actual service of the United States, he may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, and he shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. He shall have power by and with the advice and consent of the Senate to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur, and he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law. But the Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. The President shall have power to fill up all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the Senate by granting commissions which shall expire at the end of their next session.
Article 2, Section 3. He shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the state of the Union and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may on extraordinary occasions convene both houses or either of them, and in the case of disagreement between them with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he shall think proper. He shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed and shall commission all the officers of the United States. Article 2, Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors.
Article 3, Section 1. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges, both of the Supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior and shall, at stated times, receive for their services a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. Article 3, Section 2. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made, or which shall be made under their authority, to all cases affecting ambassadors and other public ministers and consuls, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, to controversies to which the United States shall be a party, to controversies between two or more states, between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states, and between a state or the citizens thereof and foreign states, citizens or subjects.
In all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, and those in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all the other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, with such exceptions and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial shall be held in the state where the said crimes shall have been committed. But when not committed within any state, the trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed.
Article 3, Section 3. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort, No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act or on confession in open court. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood or forfeiture except during the life of the person attained. Article 4, Section 1. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state, and the Congress may by general laws prescribe the manner in which such acts, records, and proceedings shall be proved and the effect thereof.
Article 4, Section 2. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime who shall flee from justice and be found in another state shall, on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime. The following was reversed by the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery in 1865. No person held to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered upon claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due. This was reversed by the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery in 1865.
Article 4, Section 3. New states may be admitted by the Congress into this union, but no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any state be formed by the junction of 2 or more states, or parts of states, without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned as well as of the Congress. The Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States, and nothing in this Constitution shall be so constructed as to prejudice any claims of the United States or of any particular state. Article 4, Section 4. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion and on application of the legislature or of the executive, when the legislature cannot be convened, against domestic violence.
Article 5. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which in either case shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress, provided that no amendment which may be made prior to the year 1808 shall in any manner affect the 1st and 4th clause in the 9th section of the 1st article, and that no state without its consent shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate.
Article 6. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. This Constitution and the laws of the United States which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary, notwithstanding.
The senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislators, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution, but no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Article 7. The ratification of the Convention of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this Constitution between the states, so ratifying the same. Done in convention by unanimous consent of the states, present the 17th day of September in the year of our Lord, 1787, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 12th in witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names. George Washington, President and Deputy from Virginia.
From Delaware, George Reed, Gunning Bedford Jr., John Dickinson, Richard Bassett, Jacob Broom.
From Maryland, James McHenry, Daniel of St. Thomas Jennifer, Daniel Carroll. From Virginia, John Blair, James Madison.
From North Carolina, William Blount, Richard Dobbs Spate, Hugh Williamson. From South Carolina, John Rutledge, Charles Coatsworth Pickney, Charles Pickney, Pierce Butler. From Georgia, William Few, Abraham Baldwin. From New Hampshire, John Langdon, Nicholas Gilman.
From Massachusetts, Nathaniel Gorham, Rufus King.
From Connecticut, William Samuel Johnson, Roger Sherman. From New York, Alexander Hamilton.
From New Jersey, William Livingston, David Brearley, William Patterson, Jonathan Dayton. From
Pennsylvania, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Mifflin, Robert Morris, George Clymer, Tom Fitzsimmons, Jared Ingersoll, James Wilson, Gouverneur Morris. And now the Bill of Rights and Amendments to the Constitution.
First Amendment, ratified in 1791. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
Second Amendment, ratified in 1791. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Third Amendment, ratified in 1791. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law.
Fourth Amendment, ratified in 1791. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized.
Fifth Amendment, ratified in 1791. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment of or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in times of war or public danger, nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation.
Sixth Amendment, ratified in 1791. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed. which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense.
Seventh Amendment, ratified in 1791. In suits at common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law.
Eighth Amendment, ratified in 1791. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Ninth Amendment, ratified 1791. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
10th Amendment, ratified in 1791. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. 11th Amendment, ratified in 1795. The judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity, commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens of another state, or by citizens or subjects of any foreign state.
12th Amendment, ratified in 1804. The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot for president and vice president, one of whom at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. They shall name in their ballots the person voted for as president, and in district ballots, the person voted for as vice president. And they shall make distinct lists of all persons voted for as president and of all persons voted for as vice president. And of the number of votes for each, which lists they shall sign and certify and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the president of the Senate. The president of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be the president. If such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if no person have such majority, then from the persons having the highest numbers, not exceeding 3, on the list of those voted for as president, the House of Representatives shall choose immediately by ballot the president. But in choosing the president, the vote shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. And if the House of Representatives shall not choose a president, whenever the right of choice shall devolve upon them before the 4th day of March next following, then the vice president shall act as president, as in case of the death or other constitutional disability of the president. The person having the greatest number of votes as vice president shall be the vice president, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no person have a majority, then from the 2 highest numbers on the list, the Senate shall choose the vice president. A quorum for the purpose shall consist of 2/3 of the whole number of senators, and a majority of the whole number shall be necessary to a choice. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States.
13th Amendment, ratified in 1865. Section 1. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Section 2. Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
14th Amendment, ratified in 1868. Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Section 2. Representatives shall be appointed among the several states according to the respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed. But when the right to vote at any election for the choice of electors for President and Vice President of the United States, representatives in Congress, the executive and judicial officers of the state, or the members of the legislature thereof is denied to any of the male inhabitants of such state being 21 years of age and citizens of the United States, or in any way abridged except for participation in rebellion or other crime, the basis of representation therein shall be reduced in the proportion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such state.
Section 3. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or a rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. Section 4. The validity of the public debt of the United States. Authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned. But neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss or emancipation of any slave, but all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. Section 5. Congress shall have the power to enforce, by appropriate legislation, the provisions of this article.
The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, Section 1. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Section 2. The Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
The Congress shall have 16th Amendment ratified in 1913. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived, without apportionment among the several states and without regard to any census or enumeration.
17th Amendment, ratified in 1913. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, elected by the people thereof, for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. The electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislators. When vacancies happen in the representation of any state in the Senate, the executive authority of such state shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies, provided that the legislator of any state may empower the executive thereof to make temporary appointments until the people fill the vacancies by election as the legislature may direct. The amendment shall not be so construed as to affect the election or term of any senator chosen before it becomes valid as part of the Constitution.
18th Amendment ratified in 1919. Section 1. After 1 year from the ratification of this article, the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors within the importation thereof into, or the exportation thereof from the United States, and all territories subject to the jurisdiction thereof for beverage purposes is hereby prohibited. Section 2. The Congress and the several states shall have concurrent power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
Section 3. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of the several states as provided in the Constitution within 7 years from the date of the submission hereof to the states by the Congress. The 18th Amendment was repealed and replaced by the 21st Amendment in 1933. 19th Amendment, ratified in 1920. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
20th Amendment, ratified in 1933. Section 1. The terms of the president and the vice president shall end at noon on the 20th day of January, and the terms of senators and representatives at noon on the 3rd day of January of the years in which such terms would have ended. If this article had not been ratified, and the terms of their successors shall then begin. Section 2. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall begin at noon on the 3rd day of January, unless they shall by law appoint a different day. Section 3. If at the time fixed for the beginning of the term of the president-elect shall have died, the vice president-elect shall become president. For president shall not have been chosen before the time fixed for the beginning of his term, or if the president-elect shall have failed to qualify, then the vice president-elect shall act as president until a president shall have qualified. And the Congress may by law provide for the case wherein neither a president-elect nor a vice president shall have qualified, declaring who shall then act as president, or the manner in which one who is to act shall be selected, and such person shall act accordingly until a president or vice president shall have qualified.
Section 4. The Congress may by law provide for the case of the death of any persons from whom the House of Representatives may choose a president whenever the right of choice shall have devolved upon them, and for the case of the death of any of the persons from whom the Senate may choose a vice president whenever the right of choice shall have devolved upon them. Section 5. Sections 1 and 2 shall take effect on the 15th day of October following the ratification of this article. Section 6. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states within 7 years from the date of the submission.
21st Amendment, ratified in 1933. Section 1. The 18th article of amendment to the Constitution of the United States is hereby repealed. Section 2. The transportation or importation into any state, territory, or possession of the United States for delivery or use therein of intoxicating liquors in violation of the laws thereof is hereby prohibited. Section 3. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by conventions in the several states as provided in the Constitution within 7 years from the date of the submission hereof to the states by the Congress.
22nd Amendment, ratified in 1951. Section 1. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of president more than once. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of president when this article was proposed by Congress, and shall not prevent any person who may be holding the office of president or acting as president during the term within which this article becomes operative from holding the office of president or acting as president during the remainder of such term. Section 2. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states within 7 years from the date of its submission to the states by the Congress.
Section 23rd Amendment ratified in 1961. Section 1. The district constituting the seat of government of the Congress, United States, shall appoint in such manner as Congress may direct a number of electors of president and vice president equal to the whole number of senators and representatives in Congress to which the district would be entitled if it were a state, but in no event more than the least populous state. They shall be in addition to those appointed by the states, but they shall be considered for the purposes of the election of president and vice president to be electors appointed by a state, and they shall meet in the district and perform such duties as provided by the 12th article of amendment. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
24th Amendment ratified in 1964. Section 1. The right of citizens of the United States to vote in any primary or other election for president or vice president, for electors for president or vice president, or for senator or representative in Congress shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state by reason of failure to pay poll tax or other tax. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
25th Amendment ratified in 1967. Section 1. In case of the removal of the president from the office or of his death or resignation, the vice president shall become president. Section 2. Whenever there is a vacancy in the office of the vice president, the president shall nominate a vice president who shall take office upon confirmation by a majority vote of both houses of Congress. Section 3. Whenever the president transmits to the president pro tempore of the Senate and Speaker of the House, a Speaker of the House of Representatives has written declaration that he is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, and until he transmits to them a written declaration to the contrary, such powers and duties shall be discharged by the vice president as acting president.
Section 4. Whenever the vice president and a majority of either the principal officers of the executive departments or of such other body as Congress may by law provide, transmit to the president pro tem of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives their written declaration that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, the vice president shall immediately assume the powers and duties of the office as acting president. Thereafter, when the president transmits to the president pro tem of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives his written declaration that no inability exists, he shall resume the powers and duties of his office, unless the vice president and a majority of either the principal officers of the executive department or of such other body as Congress may by law provide transmit within 4 days to the president pro tem of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives their written declaration that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. Thereupon, Congress shall decide the issue, assembling within 48 hours for that purpose, if not in session. If the Congress, within 21 days after receipt of the latter written declaration, or if Congress is not in session within 21 days after Congress is required to assemble, determines by 2/3 vote of both houses that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, the vice president shall continue to discharge the same as acting president. Otherwise, the president shall resume the powers and duties of his office.
26th Amendment, ratified in 1971. Section 1. The right of the citizens of the United States who are 18 years of age or older to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of age. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
27th Amendment, ratified in 1992. No law varying the compensation for the services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened. And that is the final amendment, the 27th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America. So all of you today that are in schools and listening, you can go home and ask your mom and dad, how many amendments are there to the Constitution? And let's see if you know something they don't know. So thank you very much for listening, and to Kathy and Tova and Dakari, we got through it. Thank you.
Yay. And we want to ask all our audience, don't go away, because this is just the beginning of our really exciting day as we celebrate Constitution Day early. We all know Constitution Day is tomorrow, September 17th, and we are so excited to be celebrating it all day today. Now, we're going to talk for a minute with our two fabulous students who are on with us and who just finished helping us read the United States Constitution. While we're doing that, I want to ask any teachers, classrooms, schools that are watching, type your name of your school and your teacher or your class if you'd like to be recognized with a shout out. And we will be watching that Q&A and hopefully recognize you for watching with us this morning. So we're so happy to have everyone with us here this morning. Now we have with us our National Youth Director, Tova Kaplan. And Tova, you are a 3-time winner of Constituting America's We the Future contest. I know we've got a lot of students on today who are watching, and they all hopefully know that even though our usual contest deadline is September 17th, they have 2 extra weeks to turn in their contest entry because they're watching with us today. And what would you say to students who are watching today and thinking about entering our contest?
Well, I would say definitely apply. I mean, I apply. I know I seem maybe older now, but when I first applied, I was in 7th grade. So I was pretty young like you all. And I know it seems like when you're young, it could be intimidating applying for a scholarship. What could I have to say? But I think what's really great about Constituting America is we recognize the talents of young people and how important that is to promoting and exploring the US Constitution. So I say you definitely should apply. You have a talent. And that's what the beauty of Constituting America's scholarship contest is, that we have so many categories you can choose from: STEM, arts, essay, speech, PSA, whatever you feel inclined towards, just try it out and definitely apply. I mean, I'd say applying was one of the best decisions I've made. Not only do you get some money, which is always great, you get access to a whole network of mentorship and opportunities. You get to go on a super cool winter's trip, to a new place. On the winter's trip, you get to experience really cool tours of museums and government buildings, and you get to meet leaders and mentors all across America. And it doesn't end when the trip ends. Constituting America is a lifelong network that really wants to help you get where you want to go. Not just if you want to do something, related to civics or the US Constitution. If you're interested in being a singer, Constituting America will help you get there. If you're interested in getting really involved in computer science or STEM, Constituting America will help you get there, because we recognize that, not everybody has to be a politician or a lawyer or someone who's more traditionally associated with the Constitution, but that every citizen of America, no matter what they go into, needs to be able to understand and love the Constitution. So I would say definitely apply. It's gratifying putting work into something you're proud of, whether you get the scholarship or not. And hey, you have 2 extra weeks. So what do you have to lose?
And Tova, your enthusiasm just jumps off the screen. Thank you so much for all of your thoughts on that. And, you mentioned the winter mentor trip, and Dakari, you're a multi-time winner with us as well. You've been on 2 winter mentor trips. We just wrapped up a great one in Washington, D.C. What would you add to encourage students watching today to enter our contest?
I will say, first of all, that Constituting America is truly, truly an amazing organization. And I'm telling you, folks, it does not get better than this. And I can echo the sentiments of my dear friend Tova. And we met through Constituting America. I've met so many fantastic people. And Tova spoke about one thing that I just want to pound out, and that is that Constituting America connects people with people. And that is a huge thing. It might not seem like it now, but when you're going to college and getting out of high school, and even still in high school, networking and connections are so important. And I'm telling you guys, Kathy Gillespie, Elizabeth Pinkerton, there is nobody that they don't know. Okay. So this organization is fantastic. You will learn a lot. You'll meet a lot of people, and you have some fun in the process. So it's really worth it. I was born from this program, Tova, born from this program. So please, please, please apply for the scholarship.
Well, thank you, Dakari. And Jeanette, is there anything that you want to add? Well, we may have lost Jeanette just for a second. I want to go to the audience. We've got a lot of great input here from the audience. First of all, I'd like to give a shout out to some of the schools watching today. Mrs. Sorrell, International Leadership of Texas, WMLK 8, welcome. We've spoken at International Leadership of Texas Schools. We love speaking to y'all. And if teachers who are out there watching today, contact us, click our book a speech button, and we'd love to come speak to your school. Let's see, Tiffany Smith, Hamilton County virtual school students are watching today from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Hello, Chattanooga. We're so glad y'all are here with us today. Stephanie Slade tells us Sloan and Lena are watching. Sloan and Lena, thank you for being with us. Let's see, we have École du Monde. KG contributes that one. And Susan Baker says, this was great. Listening to the Constitution being read brings new insights. Thank you. And I might pause there for a second and just go back to Tova and Dakari just for a minute, because, this is, I guess, probably our 3rd time, or more than that, probably reading the Constitution out loud and live. Tova, what have you learned from reading the Constitution out loud that maybe you haven't picked up in other ways?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's amazing because not a lot of people know this, but the Constitution is actually the world's oldest and shortest written constitution. So you might think with a document like so short, what are you going to keep getting from reading it again and again? And, to plug our Constitutional Chats program, we do it every week on Tuesday, dissecting a different aspect of the Constitution. We've done over 130 episodes, hour long. And you might think like, what more? And we're still going, like, what more is there to get from a small document? But that's the beauty of it, that every time you read it, there's always more and more and more to pick out. Because it's a document that's been sustaining our country for, a quarter of a millennium almost now. And so I think there's something special about hearing it read out loud too, because it's easy to lose sight of the fact that people wrote this document. It just seems like it can become something, mythical, or like, yes, this is the document that founded our country, but it was written by real people and shaped by debates and contentious debates and civic conversations. And, and so it was a whole process to have this created. So hearing it read in the voices of living Americans, I think it's just something really cool. It kind of highlights that aspect and shows that it's something that we sort of all have to uphold and defend throughout each generation. Like the famous story of Benjamin Franklin leaving the Constitutional Convention, and someone asked him, what form of government did you create? And he said famously, a republic, if you can keep it. So hearing it read out loud, I think kind of affirms the idea that it's something that, yes, it's a document. Yes, it's, sustained us for a while, but we can't just depend on it to sustain us. We have to uphold it. We have to reaffirm our commitment to it. We have to celebrate it in each generation. And, Constituting America is carrying on that mission, passing it on to the youth. Which is why we need all of you guys watching to listen and learn and understand it. And so every time we read it, I feel kind of in awe of that. And also there's just like little things you don't notice. I mean, I think we all sort of know the famous parts of the Constitution, but there's so many little details that just a sentence or a phrase in the Constitution that you realize is like means something so tremendous for our country, that like facts of life in America and things in the government that we take for granted that just seem so natural, like had to be written, and whole institutions spring from like a tiny turn of phrase, and how important that all is. So yeah, thank you all for being with us. We hope you come next year too, to hopefully gain some more.
Thank you, Tova. And Dakari, you're an actor, and so you really understand the power of the spoken word. Tell us your thoughts on reading the Constitution out loud and the importance of taking time to read it.
Well, as an actor, the more you read something out loud, the more the brain is allowed to process it. That's why as a kid, teachers in kindergarten are always reading out loud, reading aloud. Reading aloud helps you understand. And I think that's the beauty of reading the Constitution aloud, because I can tell you, I went through college, I did all the history classes, and reading the Constitution without reading it out loud for me is not even an option, because reading it in your head, you don't understand it as much as hearing it out loud and hearing the words that are being said. You truly get an understanding. And you notice that it's not just old writing on parchment paper. It's actually true words that are being spoken. And that's very important.
Well, thank you, Dakari. And thank you again to both you and Tova. You all are both just such an important part of Constituting America. And all of our contest winners are. When Tova and Dakari both talked about their experience in winning, I think you all both were in middle school when you first won, and you've stayed involved with us in so many different ways. And that's really what we like to do with our contest winners. This is, once you win, that's just the beginning. So we encourage you all to enter. Now, I want to give a few more shout outs to schools and classrooms that we have with us today. Aurelius Academy Homeschool, 2 students here, 3rd grade and kindergarten. Chris Mailer, Mr. Mailer, Acadiana Renaissance Charter Academy. Lil Guerrero, watching from our homeschool. Monica Deese, watching from Port Neches Middle School, 8th grade American history classes. John Garachi, Middletown High School, Middletown, New York. Welcome, New York. And let's see, we have got Patricia Thompson, Dogwood Academy, Sanford, North Carolina. That's your home, one of your home states, Dakari. Let's see, Megan Tedder, Lighthouse Christian School, Kingsport, Tennessee. Megan, I think I personally shipped constitutions to you. I remember mailing them. Christy Cardwell, Wyoming East High School. Welcome, Christy Cardwell and Wyoming East High School. Robin Anderson, we are from the American Revolutionary Club in Connecticut. Welcome, Robin. Nicole Roby. Nicole says she wants to go to Harvard Law School. So message us on Constituting America at yahoo.com, and maybe Tova can give you some tips one of these days. So let's see, Vasila Buskovic, God bless you all. Fantastic presentation. Thank you. Greetings from Las Vegas, Nevada. Greetings, Las Vegas. Isaac Boyer Christian Academy Homeschool has 2 students watching. Chastity Viator, Mrs. Viator's classes from Port Neches Middle School in Port Neches, Texas says hello. Kim Brown, Mrs. Brown's 8th grade at St. Anastasia Catholic School says hello. Let's see here. They're jumping around. Sandra Melton, Mrs. Melton, Redbird Christian School, Beverly, Kentucky says hello. Connie Hargraves is watching. Let's see. Jennifer Bergman, Mrs. Bergman's 5th to 8th grade class is watching throughout the day from Immaculate Conception School, Montgomery City, Missouri. Okay, KJ says Sophia and Harlow's from California. Let's see, Amy Dreff's Homeschool Academy in North Dakota. Welcome, North Dakota. Russ Dean, Grandpa has been homeschooling us in West Virginia while Mom and Dad are defending our country. He went back out to run the farm. Well, welcome, Deans, and thank you to your mom and dad for defending our country. Robin Zook, Carter Zook from Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. Let's see. Crystal Head says, as an older person, I appreciate you reading this as it can be intimidating for people and allowing people of all ages to sit in and listen and learn about the Constitution. And Crystal, that's so true. I was surprised when I began reading the Constitution many years ago. It's really not as hard as you would think it is. It's written in very easy to understand language, and it really does help to read it out loud. Brad Thompson says, thank you for doing this virtual Constitution Day. Brad Thompson, government teacher, the Learning Vine in Nashville, Illinois. Let's see, Kim Brown of Fort Pierce, Florida. Let's see, we have Cypress Trails Elementary, Royal Palm Beach, Florida. Mrs. Herman's 3rd grade class, welcome. And I might add that we are getting ready here, starting right at 11:30 to do our elementary school section. So all the elementary schools watching, stick with us. We are going to be doing some really fun activities, learning how to write a poem from Texas poet laureate Karla Morton, and Jeanette Cranack is going to lead us in a coloring exercise of the 3 branches. And elementary school teachers, you can go on our website to constitutingamerica.org, click Learn More on Constitution Day, scroll down, and there's a printable you can print out for your elementary school students to color along. Aaron asks, will a link of this recording be sent out? Yes, and it will also be on Facebook and YouTube, so you can access it there. We have a 5th grade class from Metuchen, New Jersey. Stephanie Slade says, love all the homeschoolers. Esther Strait, we're enjoying our 8th grade homeschool table in Sunbury, Pennsylvania, 4 boys and a mom, 7th, 5th, 3rd, and it's K through 5. Let's see, Mrs. Rees, American Literature, Dell City High School, Dell City, Oklahoma. Welcome, Oklahoma. We are so excited to have you. We have a special grant from the Sumner's Foundation to speak to schools and classrooms in Oklahoma. We'd love to come visit your classroom real soon, so get in touch with us. We'll come in person. So that we'll get back to giving our shout outs a little bit later. But we are going to take a short break, and we've been talking about the We the Future contest. So now let's see some of these winning works that students from around the nation have won with. We're going to play a few and then come back at 11:30 for our arts and poetry session for our elementary school students. But, you know, if you're older, stick with us. I think you'll get something out of it as well. So I'm going to turn it over to our great Constituting America Tech team, who I want to recognize and thank: Aubrey Jackman, Jacob Vanderwerken, and Isabella Kring, who's running this whole show today. I also want to thank our executive director, Elizabeth Pinkerton, and we're going to enjoy some of our students' winning works.
Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
We are the only ones.
The American people are the only ones governed by a document that empowers the people, not the government. The Constitution of the United States limits the government, not the people. We are the only ones blessed with such fortune. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. It is no accident that the Constitution is still governing this nation. No. It's the result of actively instilling the American spirit into all of us.
We the teachers. We the students.
And the product of many heroes paying the ultimate price along the way. Ronald Reagan wisely stated, "Freedom is a fragile thing, and it's never more than one generation away from extinction. It is not ours by way of inheritance. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation, for it comes only once to a people." History has taught us that we should not take those words lightly. As for the future, we are the only ones to be blessed with this freedom. We are the only ones that have the power to pass it on.
We the future.
We the future.
We the future.
We the future.
Have a duty.
A responsibility.
To protect the Constitution of the United States at all costs. We, the future of the United States, in order to preserve this more perfect union, will fight to establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Because we, the future, can use the past as a guide. Because we, the future, care about the principles of self-government that America was founded on. Because we, the future, will not let the men and women who have died for the Constitution die in vain. Because we, the future, will not let the vision of our founding fathers fade away into oblivion. Because we, the future, cannot afford to lose our freedoms.
Wow, wasn't that something? That was the winning short film from this past year by Shanlin Smith of Missouri. And as y'all saw, that film talks about why the Constitution is unique and needs to be preserved. And that's what you all are doing here with us today by reading the Constitution with us and watching our program, learning more about the Constitution. Because as Tova said, the famous line from Benjamin Franklin when he left that hot summer after they had spent our founders had spent writing the Constitution in Independence Hall, and Benjamin Franklin walked out, and a woman stopped him and said, "Dr. Franklin, what kind of government have you given us?" And Benjamin Franklin replied, "A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it." And that's our job as citizens, to keep our republic. So Shaylin Smith did such a good job with that short film. And one of the great things that we do with our short film winners is we enter them into film festivals all over the country. They've been accepted 78 times. We get our winners' songs played on the radio and our winners' public service announcements played on TV. So be sure, if you're listening today, go on our website, constitutingamerica.org, or we have a redirect site, americanthing.org, goes to the same place, and you can get all the information how to enter our contest. So we're going to start here in about 3 minutes with our crafts and poetry workshop. But want to remind you of our schedule today, because we hope that you'll stay with us as much as you can all day, or drop in and out as you need to. We have the crafts workshop at 11:30. And then at 12, we're doing our cinema workshop. Our cinema workshop features film producer Micheal Flaherty. We're going to be interviewing a Constituting America Best Public Service Announcement winner, actually, Lily Kring, who's won twice for Best Public Service Announcement. So Lily will be talking to us about her filmmaking process with film producer Micheal Flaherty at 12:30. And these are all in Eastern times, by the way. At 12:30 Eastern, we're going to be doing a really fun activity, an escape room, with our middle school STEM winner, Ella Dumas from Grapevine, Texas, who created a wonderful escape room as her STEM project. And we'll all be contributing answers to that to try to escape. At 1 o'clock, we're going to be doing our citizen workshop with Tom Hand of AmericanaCorner.com and Samir Patel, one of our former contest winners, Jonah Hensley, who won our Turner Marie Scant Jr. Exemplary Citizen Award. We're talking about what makes a good citizen, our responsibilities to such. 1:30 Eastern, our First Amendment workshop led by our very own Jeanette Cranack, who is our school outreach director. Jeanette's going to walk us through our rights in the First Amendment and how we can use those rights to make change in government. At 2 o'clock, we have our communications workshop, where we're going to be talking to our communications winners, an essay winner and a best essay on film winner, with a Alice Stewart, who is a CNN contributor. She's also on the board of the Kennedy School at Harvard. So Alice, that'll be a great segment with Alice. And then at 2:30, we're going to talk about how to have a civil civic conversation, 2:30 Eastern, how to have a civil civic conversation with former Treasurer of the United States, Rosie Rios. And Rosie is the current chair of the U.S. Semiquin Centennial Commission. And that will be a great segment, 2:30 Eastern, how to have a civil civic conversation. Then we wrap up at 3 o'clock with Constitution and Song with Nashville songwriter Steve Dean. Again, that session will feature some of our great song winners. You saw the Karens maybe this morning. They sang Star Spangled Banner for us. And Colt Jackson, our other great song winner, he'll be on as well. So I see that we have hit the magic time, 11:30. It is time for our Constitution and Crafts workshop. I want to thank our donors who have made today's program possible. Specifically, we want to thank Tom Hand of AmericanaCorner.com. Please check out AmericanaCorner.com. It is a great educational resource, wonderful stories from the founding period of our country, great information. We also want to thank Mrs. Darian Downs, who's just a wonderful supporter of Constituting America. And Darian and Tom, we thank you both for making today's live Constitution Day, pre-Constitution Day Zoom possible. So I am Kathy Gillespie, Chair of Constituting America. Welcome to our Constitution and Crafts Workshop. If you're just joining us, welcome to our Constitution Day celebration. We want to remind our viewers that all the students you're seeing on our program today are our wonderful We the Future contest winners. You can be a winner too. It's not too late. Please check out americanthing.org to learn about our categories and scholarship opportunities. For those joining today, we're extending our deadline to 2 weeks from today until September 30th, so you can enter our contest on our website. Today, we're going to be working with you on how to write a poem and on a coloring craft project. Before we get started, Izzy, could you show us on the website where to download and print out the coloring page? You just go to our website, scroll down there where it says learn more, click on that, scroll down, and in today's session, there's a hyperlink at, I believe it says print. You can click that, click here to print, and that will take you to the coloring page that we're going to be coloring later. If you don't have it printed out already, don't worry, you can color it later. So we just wanted to call everyone's attention to it. So I'm going to turn it over now to the wonderful Jeanette Cranack, our operations director, and Jeanette books all our school speeches and does such a great job. Jeanette?
Thank you, Kathy. I'm Jeanette Cranack, Director of Operations and School Outreach. Today we're joined by Texas Poet Laureate, Karla Morton. Hi, Karla, it's great to see you.
Hey, Jeanette. Hey, everyone. So happy to be here today.
Oh, thank you so much. We're going to start our workshop today talking about poetry and then do a quick constitutional craft with all of you today. We want to recognize this year's poetry winner, and I'm so pleased to see there he is, Benjamin Moak. Benjamin Moak is now 8 years old. He's from Parachute, Colorado. His big sister Haley was our inaugural poem winner in 2010. So apparently talent runs in the family. Karla will now read Benjamin's winning poem for us.
Okay, this is Benjamin's poem. Too much power for anyone is not a very good thing. In case of a country, it won't let freedom ring. No one group can have control if checks are in place, and balance is the key to make sure freedom stays. Those who wrote our Constitution were afraid of power. They set up 3 branches so none of them would cower. Executive, legislative, and the judiciary, all balanced powers benefiting you and me. Because of my freedoms, I can talk and not be scared. Because of my freedoms, I can let my thoughts be bare. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Power is limited, and to me, that is so grand.
That is wonderful, wonderful prose. We are so proud of Benjamin. The theme of Benjamin's poem is the checks and balances in the Constitution.
Yeah, great work on this, Benjamin. Tell me, what did you learn by writing this poem?
Government has 3 branches and how their different rules keep each from becoming too powerful.
Well, that is so wonderful. Thank you so much, Benjamin. That really, truly is a terrific poem. You know, it's my great honor to be named Poet Laureate of the state of Texas. As you may or may not know, a Poet Laureate is the highest rank a poet can go in a state. Some cities have them too. Most every state has a Poet Laureate, but not all of them. In Texas, it is a lifetime title, although they do name a new laureate every year. And we have a national Poet Laureate, a friend of mine named Ada Limon. Over the years, I have learned a lot about the reading of and the writing of poetry. And I'm going to share several tips with you today about writing a great poem so you can be winners, just like you, Benjamin. Now, every poem I have read in this Constituting America contest has been fantastic. But let's talk about a few things that can help your poem stand out. The prompt for this year's poetry contest is how the checks and balances in the US Constitution help ensure that people remain both sovereign and free. Now, at first glance, this may seem daunting. You may think it's too hard, but I'm here to tell you, you can do this. Okay, first thing, gather your tools. Every job needs the right tools. And what are the poet's tools? Well, first of all, pencil and paper, or pen and paper, or computer, or however you like to capture your thoughts. Personally, I prefer to use pencil and paper because I found that my brain and my hand move at the same speed. And it's good to let your thoughts flow. If you have an idea, go ahead and write it down. You can decide later if you want to keep it or not. Now, also the dictionary. The dictionary is a good thing for spelling, of course, but in a poem, every single word counts. So it's important that the word you choose has the exact meaning that you are trying to say. Something else, the thesaurus. This is another step in choosing the right word. Choose exciting words, not stale words. For example, you could say, she got up out of the chair. Yes, we understand that line, but how much more exciting to say she leapt out of the chair. Leapt. Isn't that word delicious? Use delicious words. Oh, something else I think everybody needs to read is Our Constitution Rocks by Juliet Turner. This is a great book that will give you great ideas. And as you're reading this book, I want you to put yourself in it. I want you to become an active American. And what I mean by active American is that I want you to realize that this is your life. Picture yourself with your family and your future children and how important it is to keep our Constitution alive. I have good friends that have moved to America and become citizens. They lived in a country without our freedoms. Some people complain a lot about things, but I want you to see the big picture. Know the difference freedom makes. Think about that. And finally, remember that poetry, it comes from the heart. Yes, there are facts involved with the three branches and checks and balances and all matters of Constitution, but I want to know what this means to you. Think about your next 7 generations, because you are the keepers of this incredible country, these amazing United States of America. I want you to have fun with it and happy writing. I just can't wait to read your poetry.
Well, thank you, Karla. And I hope all the students watching today are inspired to enter Constituting America's poetry category and enter your own poem using some of Karla's great poetry writing tips. Now, Jeanette is going to work with you on a constitutional craft.
Thank you. That was wonderful. We're so privileged to have a poet laureate with us today. Thank you again. This past year, Addie Nestor, a 6th grader from Grapevine Faith Academy, won our contest with this beautiful drawing. There's Addie, and there's her drawing. Addie, what inspired you to enter our contest this year?
Well, I am a visual learner, and that means that I learn easier by drawing pictures. And I thought to myself, what better way to learn about the Constitution than draw out the 3 branches of government?
It was wonderful. And as a teacher, former teacher of early elementary, I so appreciate the fantastic job you did. And I hope to everyone who's watching that Addie's drawing has inspired you to enter our artwork contest this year. Now I'm going to invite everyone to pull out the coloring page you printed earlier, and you can join me in coloring our printable version of Addie's work while I discuss it. Addie, again, thank you for taking your time and sharing your talents with Constituting America. I truly believe that you will be successful pursuing a career in architecture, or drawing, or cartooning. I know you had mentioned all of those when we spoke last time. Wherever life takes you, your talents will definitely shine. So one of the things when we were looking at Addie's, we wanted to be able to share it with students. And Addie, I love that you portrayed each branch equally, and the tree trunk can hold all three branches up at the same time. I like to think of the base of the tree as we, the people, holding up, giving life to, and supporting the branches. The tree itself is strong and powerful. That really stood out to me. I like to think of America as proud and strong, just like your tree, Addie. As we can see, you displayed the legislative, executive, and judicial branches within your tree. That's absolutely fantastic. Let's chat a minute about the legislative branch. This is the branch that's closest to us. Did you know that there are 435 members of Congress to represent our specific communities? We, the people, vote for our own special members of Congress that must live in our area. They hold the office for 2 years and then must run for re-election. The congressperson has an office near you and another one in Washington, D.C. They travel to Washington several times a year to vote on laws that will help you and your family. They vote on laws that keep you safe. And they love to hear from community members on issues that are important to you and other members of your community. Each state also has 2 senators, and they make laws as well. The House and the Senate vote on laws, and when they agree on one, they pass it. They send it to the president to sign, and we'll talk about him next. The next branch is the executive. That's the president, vice president, and members of the cabinet. Cabinet members serve as advisors to the president. Many folks think the executive branch is the most important branch of our government, but guess what? That's not true in our American government. The president is the head of the executive branch, which compromises of many, many government agencies. For example, the Department of Treasury, Agriculture, Defense, Commerce, and many, many more that you'll learn about as you study U.S. history. In America, the president is elected every 4 years. If voters re-elect the president can serve a second term for 4 more years, for a total of 8 years. After the president's 8 years is complete, he or she leaves office and the new president takes over. And George Washington was the person who thought that it was a good idea to serve a limited term and left after 8 years. But it wasn't until the 22nd Amendment, there's those amendments again, that was passed in 1951, that it officially became law in America. Our third branch on Addie's tree is the judicial branch. Article 3, Section 1, Clause 1 established the Supreme Court and gave power to Congress to establish federal courts. The Supreme Court is head of the judicial branch in the same way that the president is head of the executive branch. Now, we have local, state, and federal courts, and of course, the Supreme Court. They create and interpret laws across America. That's just a quick summary of the 3 branches of government. For those of you that are visual learners like Addie, you can take this little story, apply it to your tree, and perhaps when we're coloring our tree, we might want to think about the leaves and the upcoming autumn season. I imagine my tree filled with leaves, and those leaves are all voters. By voting, we can keep the 3 branches strong. You know, the number one way we as people can influence the success of our nation? Okay, I can't hear you. I'll give it to you. By voting, and by all of you students to encourage the adults that you know to vote.
Wow, Jeanette.
So, thank you.
That was such a great summary of Addie's beautiful drawing. And Addie, you did such a good job again on that drawing. And, as a We the Future contest winner for best artwork, we've used Addie's drawing on the front of our annual report. And we're going to add it to our note cards that we sell in our store. You'll be able to, hopefully in a month or two, buy the note cards with Addie's beautiful drawing on it. Now, if you're coloring today, we want to see your finished product. So if you want to have your mom or your dad take a picture of your finished product and then take a screenshot of this screen right now. This has all of our social media handles on it. So you can find us at Instagram. And again, this is with your mom and dad's permission. Please don't go on social media without your mother and father's permission, without your parents' permission. So Instagram at Constituting America, Facebook at Constituting America, Twitter at Constituting USA, or email us constitutingamerica@yahoo.com, a picture of your artwork, and we may feature it in our social media. So we definitely want to see all your great pictures that you're coloring. We also hope that you are inspired to enter our contest. We are excited for you to use artwork to express yourself about the U.S. Constitution. Because you're watching today, you still have 2 weeks to enter our contest. So please send us your drawings or poems that illustrate our 3 branches of government. Now, your drawing doesn't have to be a tree. Addie had the brilliant idea. You may want your drawing to be a tree, but there's other ways to represent the 3 branches of government as well. So you can think creatively about maybe another way that you could represent the 3 branches of government in your drawing. But the theme in our contest this year for artwork and poem is the 3 branches of government and how they protect our freedoms. Our deadline, again, because you're watching, is September 30th. And just think, if you send in your entry, you might be on our program next year. We also want to mention to our teachers watching that you can win prizes too. We have $50 gift cards that we will give out to any teacher who sends us at least 10 contest entries. So teachers, think about that. And if you want to get your whole school involved or your whole class involved, there's a national prize for the teacher or the school that sends in the most contest entries. And that national prize is $1,000. And Addie's teacher, Mrs. Monique Gorman, who may be with us today, and I know she may be there with Maddie, with Addie, Mrs. Monique Gorman won for most contest entries this past year. And one of Monique's co-teachers or fellow teachers at Grapevine Faith actually won a runner-up prize for second most contest entries. So we give out a lot of prizes for sending in contest entries. We encourage all the teachers to try for that. And if you're a teacher watching and you like to teach the Constitution, no matter your discipline, you could be teaching the Constitution as a music teacher, as a STEM teacher, as an English teacher. If you have any Constitution themed lesson plan and you want to enter our Constituting America teacher lesson plan category, please consider entering that too. So we're so happy that y'all are here with us today. And Jeanette, do you have any closing words for us?
I would just love to encourage all of the students that are out there today to enter our contest. And parents and teachers, if this is your first time watching with Constituting America, we would love to hear from you. And I know that we have some schools on here where we've actually spoken to them already. I saw someone from the Leadership Academy in Texas where we've been to, and a lot of the teachers' names look familiar to me. So for those of you that have been here and have participated in our program, we cannot thank you enough. We love visiting the schools. Now that this pandemic seems to be a little bit under control, we might be back in person, but if you want us to come remote, we can do that too. So I'd love to hear from all the teachers and parents that can get us into schools so that we can do this program for the students.
Well, thank you, Jeanette. And we have some listeners who are saying hello. We want to give some school shout outs. Robin Anderson says, a big cheerful greeting from Cassidy and Gianna Anderson in North Branford, Connecticut. So hello, North Branford, Connecticut, and Cassidy and Gianna. Brittany Miller, Huff Consolidated Elementary and Middle School, Mrs. Baker's 8th grade, tuning in from Wyoming County, West Virginia. Welcome, Huff Consolidated Elementary and Middle School. We're so glad to have y'all with us here today. If you're watching with your school, be sure and type in the Q&A, and we're going to try to give you a shout out as well. Crystal Head asks, what will the name be under for Facebook and YouTube so we can watch it again? Crystal, just go to our Facebook page at Constituting America, and it should be in the video section of our Constituting America Facebook page. And you can go on YouTube, students watching. If your parents, ask your parents before you go on any social media or any, please don't go without their permission, but you can go on YouTube and search Constituting America. And again, you'll be able to find this video for reference later. Let's see, we have some more schools that have written in. Period 6, 12th grade government class, Middletown High School, Middletown, New York. Welcome, Middletown, New York. Ramblewood Middle School, Coral Springs, Florida. Welcome. Welcome, Ramblewood, Coral Springs, Florida. Mrs. Washington Collins, 8th grade U.S. History. Welcome, Mrs. Collins, 8th grade U.S. History. Mrs. Faring, 2nd grade class from Choctaw Elementary in Oklahoma, another Oklahoma school. Again, we have a special grant to give school presentations in Oklahoma from the Sumners Foundation. So Mrs. Farthing, please get in touch with us. We'd love to come visit your class live. Let's see, Rosie Melendez says we're watching from Las Cruces, New Mexico. 3rd grade, Mrs. Melendez's Amazing Scholars. And Karla, our Texas Poet Laureate, spends a lot of time in New Mexico. So welcome, Las Cruces, New Mexico, and these amazing scholars. Julie Adamson says, this is great. Thank you from Noah Adamson, homeschooled North Island School. Well, welcome, Julie, and welcome, Noah. Jennifer Bertram, Life Springs Academy kids watching from Shelbyville, Tennessee, 2nd through 6th grade students. That's wonderful. Oh, and our friend Jessie Bluma is on from Serrano Intermediate School. Let's see, shout Karen, Jeanette, Naomi, and Francisco. Jessie is one of our former Constitution lesson plan winners. Jessie, we're so happy to have you. Jessie's a great baker and often donates baked goods to our Constituting America online auction. So Jessie, thank you. Serrano Seahawks. Let's see, Laura Solis, Groveport Madison Middle School North. Mrs. Solis's 5th period, 8th grade class is watching from Columbus, Ohio. And we'll do some more shout outs a little later. We're about to go to a short reel of some more of our contest winners winning works. I think we're going to highlight best poem, best artwork to give y'all watching some inspiration. And then we're going to be doing starting at 12 noon, our cinema workshop with film producer Micheal Flaherty. We're so excited. And contest winner Lily Kring. So it's 11:55 and we're gonna go to some contest winners.
Life is a journey, and it's hard to know which direction to go. There are many voices trying to tell you what is right and what is wrong. What is fact and what's fiction. In these times, we need a guide, a compass.
I'm Haley Moe. I'm 7 years old. I won Best Poem. I'm from Colorado. Before America had even begun in Boston Harbor, tea was flung. Patriots wanted to be free and bring this land sweet liberty. The men who wrote our Constitution gave us more than revolution. They gave me rights, so I have might. No one can take away what I enjoy today. Because I live in a land of the free, I can grow up to be me. I'm Avita Duffy, and I'm 10 years old. I won Best Artwork. I'm from Wisconsin. Last minute, I decided blue because I think it kind of it blends in it. It just looks better than all the other colors I tried in my drafts. And down here, I read a book about George Washington, and I got the background colors from there. And the suns here are kind of to show to get kind of funny and funky, kind of just something besides the founding fathers, like just a little extra thing I put in there. I like to do that. And basically this is what log rolling looks like: water everywhere and the logs running really fast. If you can see the lines there, make it to see if it's going really fast. And then there I'm drawing the background here of this farm. And yeah.
Hi, my name is Jay McConville, and I'm a member of the Constituting America Governing Board. I joined the board because I believe very strongly in the mission of Constituting America. Our nation is blessed with founding documents that have provided wisdom and a roadmap to liberty and freedom, not just for people in the United States, but for people all around the world. It's important that all of our citizens understand the meaning and importance of these documents, and that we ensure that future generations do as well. That's why I'm so proud to work with Constituting America and all our contest winners, not just as they come in and provide their work for the contests, but more importantly, as we continue to promote their works and get them out there into the public so that people can really see the content. Putting their PSAs on TV, their songs on the radio, and getting their films into film festivals is an important part of what we do, and it is vital to spread the word about the Constitution. Our documents provide a roadmap for liberty and freedom. We need to make sure that that lasts into future generations, and that's why I'm so proud to serve with Constituting America.
As Americans, we celebrate all the things that make us different. So what is the thing that connects us? The thing that makes us Americans? It's simple. It's our shared belief that we are Americans.
We the people of the United States, in order to form, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, divide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings insecure to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish the date of the United States of America.
That belief that we each can be who we are and live the life we dream in harmony with each other is in our system, written in the words of the Constitution. Know your Constitution. It's who you are, it's who we are.
Well, welcome to our Constitution and Cinema Workshop. If you're just joining us, welcome to our Constitution Day celebration. I'm Kathy Gillespie, Chair of Constituting America. If you're watching with your class today, type your name and school in the Q&A, and we will do our best to give you a shout out at the end of the workshop. We have with us today, and we are so excited, we have with us today film producer Micheal Flaherty. You may know Michael's work if you've ever seen The Chronicles of Narnia, The Giver, Charlotte's Web, and so many more. If you've watched any of those films, you've seen Michael's work. Michael, do you want to say a quick hello?
Of course, I'd love to say a quick hello, and thanks so much. It's incredible to see people from all across the country joining us. And if you've seen any of the films I've been to produce, they're all about friendship. And Kathy and Janine are two of my dearest friends in the world, and I would do anything for them. And I can't thank them enough for letting me join with you today.
Oh, thank you, Michael. We're so excited to have you. And we just want to remind our viewers that each of the students that you're seeing on this program today are our wonderful We the Future contest winners. Now, you can be a winner too. It's not too late. Please check out americanthing.org to learn about our categories and scholarship opportunities. Now, for those joining today, we're extending our contest entry deadline to 2 weeks from today until September 30th, and you may enter our contest on your website. Now, we're also joined today by Lily Kring, who won Best High School PSA the last 2 years. We're going to start out by watching Lily's winning works.
Life is a journey, and it's hard to know which direction to go. There are many voices trying to tell you what is right and what is wrong. What is fact and what's fiction. In these times, we need a guide, a compass.
I protest. Change now. 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 I protest. Change now.
The most dangerous threat to democracy is the silencing of its citizens. This is why the Founding Fathers protected us by creating the Bill of Rights. Our liberty survives because the power belongs to the people. Our Constitution ensures that our voices are heard and that change is possible.
Well, Michael, I know you join me in just giving Lily great kudos.
Of course I do. Lily's creating a bit of a dynasty here, you know? She's won 2 years in a row, and I have to congratulate her on her music selection on the first video. And I'm just curious where you found that score, if you remember.
Oh my goodness. I remember going through multiple different audios and putting them over the video to see which one I felt best fit and represented the vibe in the video that I was going for. And that one, when I heard it, I was like, oh, this is perfect.
Well, you have great taste, because that was the score that we had for Lion Witch in the Wardrobe when Lucy opens the sheet over the wardrobe. So I like your taste. And I think that that is fantastic. And not only is it something that's great to teach people, but you have that forever. And so that's something that will impress colleges, it will impress people if you want to be a filmmaker. It's just a great example that you can really do the work.
So Lily, you know, it's films like this that help impact the culture and get people excited about knowing and understanding the power of the Constitution in their lives. Can you tell us a little bit about what you learned about the Constitution while making your winning works?
Yes, I love making these PSAs because I get to read up on the Constitution and do a deep dive into the different aspects of it. During the filming of my PSAs, my main goal was to communicate that the Constitution is for you, no matter your age, gender, race, whether born like in the 1800s or born last week. The US Constitution is there to fight and protect all Americans. And I just was keeping that in mind through my PSA. It's just like, that's so powerful and important. So I wanted to communicate that.
That's pretty brilliant, Lily, especially for someone your age. I think we'd have a lot better film and television if people took your advice. And I don't know if you know it, but that is Pixar's guiding philosophy. Every single Pixar movie, you have to fit it into a simple paragraph. Once upon a time, there was a blank. Every day, blank. Until blank. Because of that, blank. And finally, blank. And you have to be able to fit things into there. And I was just wondering, it seems like you brilliantly, already explained the process that you have for how you do it. And that's how everybody in Hollywood does. So in addition to learning about the Constitution, you're learning about filmmaking, and obviously you're learning about the Constitution. What about the pre-production phase? That's the hardest part, is everyone just says, where do these ideas come from?
Yeah, so for me, I start with just a blank piece of paper and write down every idea that comes to my head. So for the first PSA, I had the idea of the compass, of the Constitution acting as our guide, and I just kind of ran with that one. And for my second PSA, I thought about how the Constitution protects our voice, and just inspired me to show how the Constitution fights for you in your use of free speech. Then I move into my storyboard. So for me, I draw out like a shot list, so I know what scenes to film and what order I eventually want to edit them into. And then the costumes and makeup are my favorite part. I actually played every character in that PSA. I played the people, free speech, government, and Congress. So it was so fun to go through my mom's closet and find costumes and wigs that I felt represented each character, and even utilize makeup to give myself a little eyeshadow mustache. And then for the props, I just find them around the house. The Change Now poster used to be like a yard sale sign. And for the compass, each sign was just like cardboard on a stick. So just things that I found around the house and were able to utilize and change to make them props.
See, I actually took that on to the convention. You can be anything. You branch of government. But we need to have our voice. We need to be able to express that. So that's why the First Amendment is so critical. But I loved the compass, because as you know, in Hollywood speak, that's called the totem. There is an item that follows you throughout the entire film, whether it's a piece of jewelry, something that means something to people, that comes up in different moments. A good thing to track throughout the movie. So I just think I'm amazed at your age that you put it all the time, but I'm also really impressed with your instincts on how to tell a good story, how to map it out. And I think it just goes to show you that it starts with a blank page. You shouldn't be intimidated, and the ideas will come. It's just hard work. It's no different than digging a ditch.
And Lily, I can tell that you had so much fun with this. And you've got to put a lot of thought, I guess, on the front end into the creativity and the pre-production. But tell us a little bit about your post-production and what you do there, how you pull it all together and package it up.
Okay, so all of the videos are just filmed like on my phone, no fancy smancy cameras. And then my post-production really does rely on the work that I did in the pre-production. So I can refer back to my shot list and framing. And then for each video shot, I typically do it like 2 or 3 times That way, if there's like something I don't like or a little mess up, I don't have to go back while I'm editing to refilm it. I'll edit the clips together, find a music sample that I feel fits, and then I'll film my voiceover separately, add that on top. My mom helps me submit it to Vimeo, and then it's my favorite part to see it all come together and just see my vision become a reality.
It is incredible though, isn't it? It's like almost cleaning your room. Like right before everything comes together, it seems like all is lost. Everything's all over the place. You can't find a music track. You don't know where your video is, and you have to stitch it all together. And I think that is, really great advice. And I was thinking of, my gosh, I forgot her name, but the young girl who has the beautiful pictures behind her that won the contest for drawing. That is an incredible talent, and that's its own form of storytelling. It was so interesting to hear someone from one picture give a long description of what it all meant. And I hope the other students are inspired, even if you didn't win this year, like Lily or Ella. It's really hard picking a winner because there are several. I can't speak on the art side. On the film side, there are a lot of good submissions. So you really should be proud, Lily, because the competition is tough. There's really good filmmakers out there, and I don't want you guys to get discouraged. And hopefully, all you men and women continue to work hard and enter the next contest.
Well, Michael, and that's such a good point. And you've been so generous with your time to serve as one of our judges. So the quality that comes in and how hard it is. And, we have so many students who enter our contest and they say, I didn't know anything about the Constitution. I just liked making short films, but I learned so much about the Constitution by making the short film. So we also have a lot of students who enter our contest multiple times before they win. We've had, I can think of quite a few winners who entered for a year or two and didn't win, and then they finally won. So I think that's such great advice to tell our students watching today who might be thinking about entering a short film or a public service announcement. Even if you don't win this time, don't give up, keep entering, because you may win. Now,
one last thing I just want to interrupt. It's so cool that we have homeschool kids, private school kids, public school kids. We did all three. And it depended on our children. They all chose different things. And when Ella talked about herself as a visual learner, I just beamed, I just lit up that kids are really starting to become advocates and understand how they learn. And you learn by doing.
That's such a good point. And speaking of kids and the different ways they learn and all of our contest winners, we're going to show a short trailer of some of our other contest winners. And I think we're going to go ahead and show that now. And then, Michael, we're going to give you a chance to react to some of the other contest winners that won for short film and give us some tips on making short films.
Or maybe I'll get some tips.
It is no accident that the Constitution is still governing this nation. No. It's the result of actively instilling the American spirit into all of us.
We the teachers. We the students.
And the product of many heroes paying the ultimate price along the way.
Finally. Have my prayers been answered? Is Ollie finally calling it quits?
Commissioner Garkey had a conflicting obligation this time. They sent me as the representative.
And do you have a name?
Miranda Rule is the name. And let me just say, I'm so happy to be here with you guys. We're doing really important work.
Agreed. And as Thomas Jefferson once said, never put off till tomorrow what you can do today. All present, Commissioner Phyllis Buster, Chairman Chief Justice, myself, and Miranda Rule standing in for Commissioner Ollie Garkey. Now that we have our cameras set up, we may now begin the event coordination subcommittee meeting. Start time, 8:32. Our first order of business are the snacks.
Do you really need to do that?
Sorry?
The gavel bang. There's only 3 of us here.
Well, sure I do.
Welcome back to ABC News. Today, we'll be talking about...
Boring. When should I talk about, well, anything else? Yeah, me too. I want to tell everyone about the importance of knowing your rights and what going too far means.
Oh yeah, and hi, I'm Ava. I am 11 and I go to grade 5 Faith, but that doesn't matter.
This subject matter applies to everyone, even teens and preteens, so Gen Z, listen up. Firstly, I want to talk about, in my opinion, one of the most important things in the Constitution, freedom of speech. Freedom of speech allows people to speak their minds and have their own opinions, but there are exceptions. Some of those exceptions apply in a school or workplace. Those have different rules for the particular environment system.
But on a happier note, another amendment I'm sure you'll know was ratified December 5th, 1864, was the 13th Amendment that abolished slavery once and for all in the United States of America. Another amendment I'm sure you'll know of was the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment states that no state can deny anyone property, the equal protection of law, life, or liberty. Now see, you would rather listen to this.
My name is Giovanni Adujamfi. Civil civic conversations have always been important, especially now. Kids, teens, and young adults in this generation have taken to the streets and posted on social media about their opinions. Personally, for me, a civil civic conversation is a way to let your feelings and opinions known, whether it's to one person or to a group of people. In addition, it ties into the First Amendment, which is the freedom of speech. And as a student, I feel that I am privileged to have this right to express my opinions without being judged or prosecuted for what I believe in. Thank you.
You have some dough. It's lunchtime, but there's no way you would eat just dough for lunch, right? Well, the good thing is, I have some cheese. Your friend has some tomato sauce. This random guy on the street has pepperoni in his backpack. If we bring all these ingredients together, we end up with something much better than any of them alone. A savory pizza for lunch. But each of us has not only different ingredients, but also different opinions coming from our different life experiences. If we bring all these experiences and all these opinions together in friendly, civil conversation, we end up with opinions and ideas that are better than any of our individual opinions before. So if we want to come up with better ideas for a better world,
what we really need are civil civic conversations. Pizzas. It's an American thing. AmericanThing.org.
Well, weren't those some great short films and public service announcements? Michael, you're our professional here. We'd love to hear your thoughts on what we just saw.
Just quickly to work backwards, I love that Adam used the pizza reference because that will stick in people's minds, and even created sort of there's a call to action at the end. There's a website to go to, and I love humor. You know, this guy's got pepperoni in his backpack. Like Orson Welles says, we're allowed one coincidence when you tell a story. I really love Giovanni's because we cannot emphasize enough that we have First Amendment rights, because you will all find yourselves in situations, regardless of what you believe or where you're in the minority, and you have to be fearless, and you're not looking to be popular. If you need to say something, make sure you say it. The only bit of advice that people always give me in the Zoom age, it's tough. You never want to look down. You always want to look, level. But I thought that was great. I really loved Ava's, and I'm curious if she goes to Grapevine in Texas, because there's a great movie coming out about Grapevine. If we had more time, we can tell you about that. But it just goes to show you how real life stories can become big Hollywood movies. And that film will be coming out at some point in 2023. And it's incredibly inspiring, but it also talks about, and this is in the Constitution, we don't just get second chances in this country, we get 1,002 chances, because we always have a chance to become the person we were meant to be. On the second one, I loved how conversational the dialogue was, and I loved the use of humor. And the first one was just expertly shot, and I thought that the narrator, a real future as a voice actress.
Well, awesome. That is great feedback for all of our student winners. And I know they're just going to be so grateful to you for watching and for all your thoughts. We have about 3 minutes left, and I know we have a lot of budding filmmakers in our audience. In our last few minutes together, what are some of your tips to students about making films, creating films of their own?
Always read. And the more that you read stories, the more that you'll start to realize that there is a rhythm to the stories. And there's a lot on YouTube that you can watch, but there is a structure. There's a great book called Save the Cat, and that will tell you the 14 different beats or plot that you need to make a good movie. And the reason it's called Save the Cat, if you think about it, anytime you're watching a movie, if you see a hero or a heroine at the beginning of the film, even if they're unlikable, but there's a cat stuck in a tree and they save the tree, you're rooting for that person now. There's something to them. There's some element of compassion there. And so Save the Cat moment, there's an all is lost moment. There's all kinds of different things, but there's boils down to 14 of them, and it makes it much easier to map out your stories. So Save the Cat, I'd suggest get that book out of the library or on Kindle or order it on Amazon.
Well, those are some great tips. And we hope that everyone watching today has been very encouraged. And Micheal, we thank you so much for your time and all the ways that you so generously bring our Constitution education programs to life at Constituting America by serving as our judge and by serving as a mentor. We just are all so appreciative of your time and your talent. And we want to thank Lily Kring, who was with us today, and all of our great public service announcement and short film winners. And we want to remind the students watching that you do have 2 extra weeks to submit your public service announcement or your short film. And, you can shoot it on your phone, and it doesn't have to be expertly shot. And sometimes even with the public service announcements, you might shoot it on your phone, and we may even work with you to re-record it and get it up to professional quality so we can air it on TV. So there are just all kinds of possibilities, and we hope that you will really take advantage of it. And Micheal, do you have any parting words of wisdom before we cut to watching some more We the Future contest winners and go to our next segment?
I just want to give a shout out to the teachers and the moms and the dads. Having been a teacher and a homeschool dad, and my wife is a public school teacher and used to teach at a school. Again, we've done all kinds of different schools. And also, we have to thank you because you're the whole reason why we had Walden Media. We just used my wife's reading list. Every single day came off of her reading list from St. Peter's or from books that we read during homeschool. So, and don't ever feel like you've outgrown so-called children's literature. Books like Charlotte's Web are going to mean as much to you when you're 50 as they do when you're 8.
Great points. Thank you so much. Wonderful segment. And we are going to cut to our contest winners. Thank you, Michael. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Have a great day. Have a great week, all.
Scholarships, educational school speeches, weekly podcasts, online academic forums, student career promotions, mentor trips, and more. Constituting America is dedicated to spreading the power of the Constitution to our country's future. America's youth. You too can support Constituting America's future leaders by donating at americanthing.org or texting Constitution 21 to 41444 or scanning the QR code below. Simply open your camera and point it to the barcode. Thank you for supporting Constituting America.
Where's my phone? Where's my newspaper? Where's my internet? I'm going to church. See you guys later. What happened to my church? What happened to my house? My phone, my newspaper, my internet, my church, now my house? How did this all happen?
Hi, Peter Roth here. I wanted to take a second to tell you why I think it's so important to support Constituting America. Back in the 18th century, when men like Hamilton, Madison, and George Washington put together the Constitution as our nation's bedrock law, they were concerned about protecting our liberties, about our rights to speech, to worship, to assemble. It was a radical idea, the idea that all men were created equal, and that the government needed to treat all men equally. The Constitution protected it then, and the Constitution protects it now. It's an eternal document, full of truth. Unfortunately, there are some people who think that it's old, that it's outdated, that it needs to be seen through new eyes, using contemporary values. I think that's a misguided view. What was true then is true now. And it's not going to change next week or next month or even in the next century. Constituting America helps keep the constitutional spirit of this nation alive. By working with young people, they're making sure that freedom isn't extinguished in a generation, as Ronald Reagan warned us it could be. They're keeping the flame of liberty and freedom alive by teaching young Americans that they have rights and that those rights are protected by the Constitution, and that they can use the Constitution not just to protect themselves, but to make a better future for the country and the world. So I hope you'll join me in supporting the fine work of Constituting America. Thanks for listening.
If you had something that you were given, something you loved, something that others wanted so badly but were denied it, something that you used and relied on every single day. If you had something special, something beautiful, something powerful, if you had something absolutely essential to securing your health, happiness, and safety, if you treasured something so much that you were willing to die for that something,
if you knew that others already had? And if someone had given you a document that protected that something, wouldn't you take the time to read it?
Weren't those great? Our We the Future contest winners are so talented. We want to welcome everyone now to our Constitution and Science workshop. If you're just watching or just joining us with your class today, type your name and school in the Q&A, and we'll do our best to give you a shout out at the end of the workshop. And if you're just joining us for the first time, if this is your first segment, welcome to our Constitution Day celebration. We just want to remind our viewers that all students you're seeing on this program today are our wonderful We the Future contest winners. And you can be a winner too. It's not too late. Please check out americanthing.org to learn about our categories and scholarship opportunities. For those joining today, we're extending our deadline for 2 weeks for your contest entry until September 30th. So if you get inspired, just go on our website and you can enter the contest. Now, I'm joined by one of our We the Future contest winners from our middle school STEM category, Ella Dumas. Ella is an 8th grader in Texas and created an escape room for her contest entry. The escape room Ella created was so well done, we wanted to highlight it during today's science workshop. It might be helpful for you to have a pen and paper for the escape room activity that we're going to do here in a few minutes. It may help organize your answers a little bit. Before we start, we'd love for Ella's teacher, Heather Loudon, to say a quick hello. Heather is the science teacher at Grapevine Faith, and it just goes to show you that the Constitution can reach into all disciplines. Heather won Best Constitution Lesson Plan with her fellow art teacher, Monique Gorman, Addie's teacher. You saw Monique with Addie on a little bit earlier. Heather and Monique are fantastic teachers at Grapevine Faith Christian School in Grapevine, Texas. Heather, would you like to say hello?
Sure. Hi, guys. I'm so excited to be here today with all of you students and teachers that are watching. And I would just like to encourage you all to enter this contest. And not especially, but also if you're a teacher, and you don't have to be a social studies or history teacher to enter this contest either. I'm a science teacher. My co-writer is an art teacher. And so we just took what we love and what we know a lot about and applied that to the Constitution, because the Constitution is woven into everything in our country. You're going to have so much fun if you enter the contest learning about the Constitution. You probably know a lot less than you think you do. I know that we did. And also you can win some really great prizes. So that's always a bonus too.
Well, thank you, Heather. Now for this activity, you as the audience can participate by typing your answers into the Q&A to the following questions. The first person to submit the correct answer to each question, we're going to hopefully give a shout out to here. So Elizabeth Pinkerton and our fabulous executive, who is our fabulous executive director, and Aubrey Jackman, our incredibly talented media director, are going to even be helping us identify audience members and give shout outs for correct answers, because we know we're going to have so many answers coming at us from so many directions. So Ella, your escape room is amazing. Tell us what inspired you to create an escape room for your project.
So for me, for me, I've done almost every single escape room in my area. So whenever I heard that there was a STEM category, I immediately knew I wanted to do that. So at first I started wanting to do a VR, but I realized that was kind of an overstretch. So I started working my way down, seeing like what I loved and what I love to do. So I chose to do an escape room just because I'm really a visual learner, and it like helps me stay like engaged in what I'm doing. And I thought that for like the kids who have like ADD like I do, that it would be like good for them and like good for me as well, because it just like helps you stay like interactive and like entertained while you're doing it. And it's not just like a plain lesson plan.
Oh, thank you, Ella. And I really love how we've talked about the different types of learners today. And your escape room is just so creative, and just people I know students across the country are really enjoying it. So let's start your escape room activity. So we're going to pull it up on the screen, and you all can find it on our website as well, under the Games tab on our homepage, or we can click here, Learn More, and scroll down to the Science section, and we are going to enter Ella's escape room right there. And our first step in the escape room is to figure out where the first clue page is. Remember to think outside the box on this. Let us know in the Q&A when you find the first clue page. A helpful clue is to think about, why are some letters lowercase and some are uppercase? Ella, do you have any hints on this?
To look up at the top of the page.
Okay, do we have any students watching who want to tell us how we can find the first clue? Where do we click? And Ella had a good hint. Look at the top of the page. Where do they click?
Oh, it looks like Monica Deese has the right answer, Kathy.
Oh, great.
Heading.
That's great. Monica says click the heading. Thanks, Aubrey. So by clicking the heading, you made it to your first question. In this puzzle, you'll answer questions about the amendments. Now you're going to write your answers on a piece of paper to create a number code. So everybody get your pens and paper ready. An important tip is to use commas and no spaces in between each number. And remember, we'll announce the first person to type in the correct answer.
So the first question is, what was the amendment that gave the freedom of speech?
Okay. And Monica Deese has the answer, but she just answered one. So we're going to, Rosie Melendez says first, and Aaron Upton says first. Lynn Hampton says first. Okay, we got a lot of people saying first. Congratulations to everybody who said first. Ella, do you want to read the next question?
So for the next question, what amendment gave women the right to vote?
Okay, we are looking for answers in the audience queue, and we have Chastity Viator says 19th. Rosie says 19th. Monica again says 19th. Oh, Natalie is with Monica and she says the 19th. We have Lynn says the 19th. Aaron says the 19th. We have a Jeremiah says the 19th, and Holt says the 19th. Congratulations. Ella, do you want to read the next question?
So the next question is, what amendment gave the right to bear arms?
Okay, so we are looking for the answer to that. Now remember, write down all of these answers on your piece of paper. And Chastity says the Second Amendment. Aaron says the Second Amendment. Terry says the Second Amendment. Jeremiah says the Second Amendment. Monica Deese says, Kane says the Second Amendment. Tom Haynes says the Second Amendment. Lynn Hampton says the Second Amendment. Caroline and Bethany Dreff say the Second Amendment. Let's see, Patricia Thompson, 5th Caden Thompson, Dogwood Academy. Let's see, Stephanie says the Second Amendment. So we've got a lot of Second Amendment answers. That's great. We're all going to write a 2 down.
So for the last question is, what amendment gave citizens the right to vote, regardless of race?
Okay, let's see who can come up with that answer. Monica says that Kylie, who is with her, says 15. Chastity Viator says Avery says 15. Let's see who else. Wallace I says 15. Aaron Upton says 15. Tom Haynes says 15. Robin Anderson. Oh, Robin almost got it. She was 1 off. Let's see. Jeremiah says 15. Jennifer says 15. Lynn says 15. We've got all kinds of 15s, the answer, and that is the correct answer. Wonderful. So everybody write down 15. Now remember, you need a comma and no spaces between each of your answers. So we're going to type the key code in, which is 1, First Amendment, freedom of speech, 19th Amendment, women's right to vote, Second Amendment, right to bear arms, and 15th Amendment, right to vote regardless of race. That's our first key code, and let's see if it's going to open our lock.
Oh, not yet, Kathy. We have to do the other 2 locks first.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Aubrey, of course. So the next one, Ella, I'm going to let you read this next question.
Your next question is where the president lives.
Okay.
So the clue will be back on the homepage. Oh yeah, there you
go. So now we're looking at the homepage, and the clue is the answer where the president lives. Who knows? Okay, Holt says the White House. Oh, Tom Haynes says 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That's correct too. Rosie says the White House. Aaron says the White House. Wallace says the White House. We have a lot of people saying the White House. Lynn says the White House. That is the correct answer. So by clicking on the White House photo, we made it to the second room. Whew, we're getting closer to getting out by the minute. You'll have to convert your answer in this room using the key. Do you all see the key on here? It tells you numbers that correspond to each letter down here at the bottom. So Ella, do you want to read the question?
The question here is, what state was the Constitution written in? Just use the name of the state, and a helpful hint is that this lock is 20 digits long.
Okay, so first we have to figure out what state the Constitution was written in. Let's see who might know that. And we are scrolling past all the White House answers. Okay, Kelly. What did you say, Aubrey?
I was going to say, it looks like Aaron Upton and Lynn Hampton. Tom Haynes. They're all saying Pennsylvania.
Oh, great. Okay. And Wallace says Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania, let's see, Jeremiah says Pennsylvania. Danielle says Pennsylvania. Esther says Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That's even a bonus because she got the city too. So now the tricky part is we're going to have to take that word Pennsylvania, and we are going to have to convert that to a series of numbers using the key code. So everybody get your pen, and we're going to wait a minute and see if you can type the correct key code in the Q&A. So for the P, for example, the Aubrey, does the P say 16? The letters.
Yep.
Okay, so you start with 16. And then for an E, you'd use your 5. And you would just spell out Pennsylvania with numbers using that key code. Do we want to bring the key code back up so everybody can look at it a little bit more? So we are spelling Pennsylvania using our key code. It went away on our screen, but you might, if you have access to our website, you can certainly go in there. And let's see who can come up with the correct stream of numbers. And I know some of you all did this in advance, so some of you may even have the correct stream of numbers here. There we go. Okay, Aaron is trying. So Aubrey, does it look like Aaron got the correct string of numbers? If you put commas in between the numbers, as if you were writing a very large number in the trillion. So you would say 491 and then put a comma, and then 112, put a comma, put commas in between. But it looks to me like Aaron got it correct. What do you think, Aubrey?
Yeah, but just remember, you have to have those comments for the lock to unlock.
We have to have the commas. So we're going to go, and we've got some more who are throwing out the numbers here. Okay, well, let's go ahead. We want to stay on track. Let's go ahead and type that string into our lock. And Ella is going to read the next clue.
So your last clue room is hidden in the animal that represents the United States. Submit your answers in the Q&A.
And while we are looking for the animal that represents the United States, we'll ask our tech team to enter the answers in our first two locks, because if we can get this last one, we'll unlock the escape room. So what is the animal that represents the United States? Submit your answers in the Q&A. And let's see. Chastity says that Devin Castile says the eagle. Aaron Upton says the eagle. Jeremiah says the eagle. Reef Dennington says the eagle. And Aaron even adds the bald eagle, which that is, and Wallace says the eagle. Holt says the eagle. Let's see, who else? Gabriel says the eagle. We've got a lot of people with the right answer, so let's click on the eagle. Now we get to what may be our last question. Ella?
Even though the 39 founders signed the Constitution, who are the most 7 well-known?
Now, this is a fun one. So let's see who can get us the names of the most well-known founders that signed the Constitution. And Aubrey, do you want to keep track so we know when we have gotten them all? Let's see. First of all, Aaron Upton says Alexander Hamilton, that is one. And that's, we all know the play Hamilton. So he's even more famous now. Let's see who else. Monica Deese says James Madison. That's another one. And James Madison is known as the father of the Constitution. He took a lot of notes at the Constitutional Convention. If it was not for James Madison, we might not really know what happened in the Constitutional Convention, but he took so many notes. Let's see who else might have some answers here. Let's see. Let's see. Chastity Viator says Benjamin Franklin, which is definitely one. And let's see who else has got some answers here. Oh, Tom Haynes mentioned John Adams. Wonderful job, Tom. John Adams is definitely one. We only have a few more to go. One that I don't think we've named yet is known as the father of our country. And his home is at Mount Vernon, which is just a few miles down from my house. And I actually see Jennifer Mithune has George Washington, exactly. And the father of our country. Now, another that we are looking for, his home is Monticello in Virginia. He was the 3rd president of the United States. And Avery Branch has the answer, Thomas Jefferson. So we'll click off Thomas Jefferson. We're now down to, I believe we have 6 of the 7. We've named George Washington, and you all may want to write these down on your paper so you can create the key for our last answer. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, James Madison. We are missing one, and this may be the hardest. he is one of the authors of the Federalist Papers. And the other two authors of the Federalist Papers were Alexander Hamilton and James Madison. But I see here that Dylan Purdue knows the answer. Dylan Purdue says John Jay, and that is the one that we were missing. Now, Lynn has listed all of them here: John Jay, John Adams, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, Benjamin Franklin. And so now we are going to take all of the founding fathers that we just listed. Now that we have their names, use the first letter of each first name to create the final key code. A helpful tip is to put the letters in alphabetical order, all capitalized, and use commas between each letter. Once you have the whole string of letters, submit it in the Q&A. And I see that our great tech team has entered in the first two locks. So we're going to see who can, remember, put the names, first names in alphabetical order, use the first letter of each name to create the key code, and put them in alphabetical order. So we're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 letters for our last key code.
And remember, you need commas between each letter.
Yes, commas between each letter. Looking for that last key code.
Looks like Aaron Upton is really close. He's got 6 of the letters.
Oh, and that's Reed Dennington with Aaron Upton. Let's see what they are missing. They're missing the last letter. So we'll name the founders one more time. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay. We're putting them in alphabetical order. Oh, we got it. Hang on. Lynn Hampton has it. ABGJJT. Chastity Beater has it. I'm going to bet Aaron Upton's group has it. Jeremiah has it. Oh, even Jesse Bluma's group out at Serrano in California has it. Good job, everybody. We're going to put them in and see if we escape.
Congratulations, y'all escaped.
Yay. Now we're going to thank you, Ella. You created a fun game that helps students learn at the same time. And now we want to recognize our other STEM winners.
Before this amendment was passed, the primary source of revenue for the government came from tariffs and taxes on goods. This graph that I created using data from the Congressional Budget Office and the Office of Budget Management presents a quantitative analysis on the effects of the 16th Amendment since 1961. But what I thought was interesting to note was that an increase in tax revenue does not necessarily come from an increase in tax rates. For example, throughout the 1980s, tax revenue generally increased, despite across-the-board tax cuts from President Reagan.
So we are so proud of all of our We the Future contest winners. And if you'd like to explore more of their winning works, visit our website and navigate to Winners and Winning Works. I also want to take a quick moment to give a shout out to the students in classrooms who participated with us in this workshop. And just want to thank, all the great students that helped us. And we've got other great classrooms watching, but we want to thank everybody who has been helping us so far and contributing all those great answers. Now we're going to take a 5-minute break and feature some of our talented We the Future winners. Enter now at americanthing.org and you could be a winner too. And stay tuned for our next workshop, The Constitution and Citizenship.
I'm Jonathan Fraser. I'm 15. I won Best Song for Constituting America.
Hi, I'm Kettle Thomas. I'm 15. Also won Best Song for Constituting America with these guys.
I'm Kirk Taylor. I'm 15, and I was also one of the winners.
When we first met Juliet and Janine, they came to our classroom during the 6th period. I was like, that sounds good. We can do that. And then she said something about some money. And I was like, yeah, we gonna do that for sure. So then I have 7th period with Kirk Taylor. So 7th period, I was like, bro, I need you to sing for me. He was like, oh, okay. He didn't know what we were singing for. And then I went to Caleb during passing period, and I was like, I need you to rap for me. And so that's how we basically got it together. During 7th period, we came up with the chorus, and then we just had him write a verse about the Constitution, and we just pieced it all together and just turned it into an 8th period and just was like, hey, here's the song.
And he won.
Yeah, they came to me like right at the last minute. It was like only 10 minutes left in class when I wrote it.
My founding fathers are the authors of this document. Amendments keep me free out the penitence. Doing sentences. Washington, Hamilton, Jefferson, Franklin. Got hundreds in my pocket, so you know I hang with them.
I think a big way that we're gonna take it back to our community is by showing people, the youth, our song. Music does change the world, and music influences people, and they catch on fast to songs, so yeah.
The Constitution applies to like a lot of situations. I really thought that the Constitution was kind of like just the Bill of Rights, that was like the main thing. But everything in the Constitution is like very important, and it applies to a lot of situations, even situations that we're facing in our society now. So it still has a big impact.
A big thing that I learned when we spoke to Janine, the government doesn't give us our rights. So that means that the government can't take it away, and that's a big part of what we need to know. We're born with our rights, so if anyone thinks that they have the power to take it away, if you have knowledge, you don't have to confine to any ideas. You don't have to be afraid.
Let me be, show you what your eyes can see.
Working in the studio with Laureate was like a great experience. She gave us the opportunity to shine, and she made us feel important.
Everything's very professional, and how we could, have such creative freedom with the song.
We got so much energy from when she recreated our beat. And it was like, dang, she really did that. We didn't think it was gonna be done.
They're just making us feel important. She
cared.
Took time to, and that's hard to find.
It made us feel like, we did something important for everybody, especially how we would want to represent the Constitution and the way that we do music personally. So I just wanted to thank everybody that picked us and everybody that felt like we were a good fit to be winners.
And the judges, Janine, Kathy, everybody, because this wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for people like them trying to spread the message of the Constitution, giving our youth the knowledge it needs, so they can be knowledgeable of their rights, their freedoms.
Giving youth a shield of knowledge, because doing this program itself, not just picking us, but doing the program itself, it'll help people. And it took for me to enter in this competition to realize that the Constitution is important. And I feel like it'll take for someone else to hear our songs and the other songs that were made for them to actually understand the true purpose of the Constitution and what it does for each individual person.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Give me a high five.
Young or old, black or white, or anything in between. From employees to entrepreneurs, doctors to detectives, some things define us and set us apart. But there's one thing that binds us. Before anything, we are one thing.
Well, weren't those great? And welcome to our Citizenship workshop. If you're watching with your class today, type your name and school in the Q&A, and we will do our best to give you a shout out at the end of this workshop or some of the next workshops. Now, this Constitution and Citizen workshop will feature our Turner Marie Scant Jr. Exemplary Citizen Award winners, Lena Muhendale of Texas and Jonah Hensley of Missouri. The scholarship is named after our founder, Janine Turner's father, Turner Marie Scant Jr., who was a West Point graduate and one of the first to fly at twice the speed of sound. Mr. Gant exemplified the four cornerstones of citizenship: stellar academic record, athletic excellence, community service, and student body leadership. In honor and recognition of Mr. Gant's time and graduation from West Point, we are so pleased to have with us today two West Point graduates. Samir Patel is a former We the Future contest winner, is currently in the Army National Guard, and helped lead Constituting America's Arlington National Cemetery visit during our recent winter mentor trip. We also have Mr. Tom Hand of AmericanaCorner.com, who is such a great friend and supporter of Constituting America. Tom is actually broadcasting to us from West Point today. We're so lucky to have him. I just want to take a moment to thank both Samir and Tom for their selfless service for our country. Your bravery, sacrifice, and strength do not go unnoticed, and we will always be indebted to you and your families for all that you have given to this country. Thank you. Today, we're going to talk about the importance of citizenship and the four cornerstones that go into Mr. Gant's award. Additionally, I encourage you all to go to Tom Hand's website, AmericanaCorner.com, and look at all he has to offer. I'm going to turn it over to Tom to lead a discussion with Samir, Jonah, and we're going to hear from Lena by video.
Thank you, Kathy. That was a kind introduction. I really appreciate that. And I'm so happy to be here, by the way. Thank you for inviting me. As I study the founders more and more, I come to realize that they focused on one thing. They were concerned that we, the people, the American citizens, would know and understand the Constitution, our founding principles, and that we would be active participants in our government. Benjamin Franklin, after the Constitutional Convention, was asked by Mrs. Elizabeth Powell, the wife of the mayor of Philadelphia, what sort of government we had created. And he famously replied, "A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it." And that's really the key, isn't it? Can we keep the republic that our founders gave us? And we can only do that by being active citizens and being informed about the Constitution. I know Samir Patel and Jonah Hensley recently took a trip to Arlington National Cemetery in Washington, D.C. as part of the We the Future Mentors trip. They saw firsthand the incredible visual of men and women who gave their lives in support of our freedom. When we think about the people buried at Arlington. The people who gave the last full measure of devotion to this country. We should all be inspired to do our part. But what does that mean, do our part? Well, it means a lot of things. It could be simply teaching yourself about the Constitution, becoming more familiar with it. Going out and voting, that's a big part of citizenship. Or doing what Constituting America does so well, that's teaching others about the Constitution. But whatever it is, we must all participate. Another of our Constituting America winners, Laura Lee Hicks, recently produced a public service announcement that beautifully expresses why we should understand and read the Constitution. Please watch that video with me now.
If you had something that you were given, something you loved, something that others wanted so badly but were denied it, something that you used and relied on every single day. If you had something special, something beautiful, something powerful, if you had something absolutely essential to securing your health, happiness, and safety, if you treasured something so much that you were willing to die for that something, if you knew that others already had, and if someone had given you a document that protected that something, wouldn't you take the time to read it?
Thank you. Wasn't that beautiful? Such a touching video by such a talented student. I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. Samir, please tell us what your recent trip to Arlington meant to you.
Hey, Tom. Hey, everyone. Glad to be here. For me, as a veteran of Iraq and Afghanistan, personally, on a personal level, I had a lot of friends actually buried in Arlington. So for me, it was a bittersweet moment to visit them again. And then on a higher level, when every officer joins the military, they take an oath. And one of the first sentences that we all take is to ascertain that we support and defend the Constitution. And as you know, the Constitution itself is just a piece of paper at the end of the day. But what gives it power, what gives it strength is the fact that people, Americans, patriots, like those that are buried in Arlington are sacrificing themselves for it. And so for me, like, all those things make Arlington very special.
That's a great answer. I understand, Samir, that you gave an inspirational speech about the sacredness of Arlington prior to entering the cemetery. Can you tell us a little bit about that speech?
Yeah, happy to. While we were at the National Archives ready to go to Arlington, we had a few extra moments, and I wanted to at least share with everyone else, the other contest winners, why Arlington was special and like how it came to pass and the history behind it. And it's what I wanted to pass on to at least my fellow contest winners was that Arlington just didn't come up by accident. It was a very intentional place that we as Americans established to honor people that have sacrificed themselves, and even presidents that have sworn an oath to defend the Constitution. So I really wanted to communicate that aspect of it.
That's beautiful. I wish I'd heard it. How has your experience on that trip reshaped your view of the Constitution?
Maybe I may give an answer that you may not be expecting. I think seeing Kathy and the other volunteers' commitment to teaching the Constitution to others, I think for me, that was the most inspirational part actually of the trip. I mean, I went to West Point, I studied military history. Like, I know all the legal and the historical aspects of the Constitution, but to see people like Kathy and seeing Constituting America do what they do, it just reinvigorates and re-inspires me to spread the word. And as the video pointed out, to defeat the ignorance of the Constitution. Hey, Tom, I think
you're muted.
Right. Oh, am I back?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to, I don't know what buttons I'm hitting here sometimes, but anyway, good. Thank you for that. Jonah Hensley is with us. Jonah was last year's Turner Maurice Gantt Scholarship winner. Congratulations on that, Jonah.
Thank you, sir.
I understand that you participated in a wreath laying ceremony at the tomb of the unknown soldier. That sounds very cool. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was a very surreal experience for me. When I walked through the entrance of the cemetery, all I could see was thousands upon thousands of white crosses. It affected me emotionally seeing all those crosses. We walked past so many burial markers with names written across each one of them, signifying someone who gave their life and paid the ultimate sacrifice for us. It just put into perspective how many loved ones have lost loved ones of their own. And it was just very surreal for me. We got up to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers. I was able to get a little bit of time to take all that in and pay my respects to them. I, along with 3 other Constituting America winners, were proudly and honorably able to lay a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers. The ceremony was very solemn. All the visitors had to be quiet and stand up and pay their respects. It was a little nerve-wracking, I'm not going to lie, due to how important the ceremony is and everyone's watching you. I had goosebumps doing it though. Yeah, I had goosebumps doing it though, because I knew the amount of importance that it had. The experience touched me very deeply because my grandfather served in the military and I'm an Army ROTC myself, so I will eventually serve my time. It put into perspective how lucky I am to be an American and that we have people who sacrifice their lives every day in and day out for people alike to be free here in this country. And to think that I will soon be serving and continuing the mission of the ones who have fallen before me. They put their lives on the line for freedom and paid the ultimate sacrifice. And that experience made me appreciate and know how truly lucky I am to be an American.
That's a great answer. Thank you, Jonah. And I tell you, you showed incredible poise laying the wreath there. I think I would have collapsed. I don't think I could take all those people watching me. So good for you. I'm very proud of you. Good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
What new appreciations and insights did you gain as a result of that experience?
Like I said, I appreciated more being an American citizen just because of how many sacrifices people have given and for the sacrifices of what they sacrifice for, which is the line of freedom. It also showed me how much respect America has for traditions, and it made me showed me how much honor and respect all of us Americans give to those who have fallen before us, because not everywhere in the world does that. So we're truly lucky to be able to do that here. And we show great gratitude and thankfulness, especially for the ones who serve and especially for the ones who have fallen and paid the ultimate sacrifice. I'm very thankful that I was able to experience that ceremony because it made me appreciate it a lot and made me realize that people sacrifice a lot for us.
That's a great memory. It's a lifelong memory, isn't it? You'll remember it when you're an old man like I am. Good for you.
I sure will. I sure will.
You. Very proud of you. What are your plans for the future?
Yeah, so I'm in Army ROTC, like I said. I'm a sophomore at Pittsburgh State University over in Pittsburgh, Kansas, which is about 30 minutes from Joplin, which is where I live. I work at the Jasper County Sheriff's Office. I'm actually working today. I'm a corrections officer at the jail. Yeah, thank you. After this, I got to go back to work. So after I
we won't hold you too long.
No. After I graduate college, I'll become a second lieutenant within the United States Army. I'll either join the reserves or the Guard so I can pursue a civilian career. I don't know what I want to be quite yet, my MOS and the Army, but we'll see where things go from there. I plan on either staying here in Missouri or moving out west, maybe to places like Colorado or Wyoming, and possibly becoming a highway patrolman or a U.S. park ranger. I love conservation, so I'm kind of leaning towards being a park ranger, but we'll see where life takes me. I'm excited to see what the road has down for me.
It sounds like you're a young man whose calling is to serve others. Good for you.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is Lena Mahendele. I hope I pronounced that right, from Dallas, Texas. And Lena is this year's Turner Maurice Gantt Scholarship winner. As Kathy mentioned earlier, the 4 cornerstones are academic excellence, athletic excellence, community service, and student body leadership. And Lena has excelled in all 4 categories. She's taken the most rigorous curriculum her school offers and has done well in all her classes. She is a 3-sport varsity athlete and a captain, team captain. She has created, founded 2 nonprofits and participated in many more. And she is the president of her school's social impact board, a very well-rounded individual. Lena has just started her undergraduate studies at MIT. Unfortunately, she can't be with us live today, but she did want to participate. And so she produced this beautiful video that we're going to watch now. Hope you enjoy it.
Hi everyone, my name is Lena Mahendelite, and I am so honored to be the recipient of the 2022 Turner Maurice Gaunt Jr. Exemplary Citizen Award. I'm so sad that I couldn't be here today. I will unfortunately be taking an exam right at this time, but I just wanted to send in a quick video talking about what citizenship and the 4 cornerstones of this award mean to me. First off, academics. To me, academics means more than the grade you receive on a paper. It means more than just the number of questions you answered correctly on a math test. To have strong academics means to enjoy the pursuit of learning and to approach each and every day, every moment, with an attitude that you are open and willing to learn from any situation. Athletic excellence. Participating in sports has been one of the very best parts of my life thus far. Through sports, I've gained countless friends that have pushed me to be the best versions of myself, and have met coaches and mentors that have inspired me every step of the way. Thirdly, community service. Now, while I just said that athletics was one of the best parts of my life so far, community service has to be one of the few things that tops athletics. My freshman year of high school, I was lucky enough to meet Hockaday's Director of Community Service, Ms. Laureate, and ever since meeting her, my life has never been the same. Participating in community service both betters your community as well as you yourself, and I've often found that while tutoring local 3rd grade students, I learned just as much, if not more, from them than they did from me. Last but not least, student body leadership. To me, leadership comes from a place of loving and respecting the people around you and simply wanting the best for them. To lead is a privilege and an honor, and I hope each and every person has the opportunity to lead in something they care about, no matter how big or small. Overall, throughout my life, I've been fortunate enough to have excellent teachers, peers, mentors, family members, and more that have motivated, encouraged, and inspired me to pursue all 4 of these cornerstones in my everyday life. And it's simply because of each and every one of these people that I am where I am and who I am today. So I hope all y'all have a great rest of your week and weekend, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Lena. That was beautiful. And thank you also to Jonah and Samir for joining us today. I'm so encouraged when I see the great job that Constituting America is doing to educate our future generations. I'd like to close this segment by watching a short video clip from our mentors trip to Arlington, where Jonah and Samir were joined by 37 other scholarship winners. And you too can be a scholarship winner. You can apply at americanthing.org, that's americanthing.org, for one of our scholarships. Best of luck to you. Thank you for watching. Take care.
Well, that was just such a moving ceremony. And that was a day that I know I'll never forget. And I know our student contest winners will never forget. And again, Jonah, it was so great to have you with us today, and Samir, to share your experience there. We loved hearing from Lena. And Tom, thank you for coming to us from West Point today to interview our contest winners and be part of our pre-Constitution Day Zoom to schools all over the country. Now, we have a couple of minutes here, and I know we didn't prep you for this, but you are the founder of AmericanaCorner.com, and it's a website and organization that we are all huge fans of at Constituting America. Would you like to tell the teachers and the students listening a little bit about AmericanaCorner.com and how they could utilize it as a resource?
Oh, thank you. Yes, this is all unscripted, so I'll try to wing it the best I can. I had a cheese business that we sold, and for retirement, I started writing American history, and we now produce a video, an article of about 600 to 1,000 words every Tuesday, and every Friday a corresponding video that I script and produce. The video is about 2.5 minutes long. We'd like to think that some people will learn from reading and others prefer to learn from listening and watching. And so we do both formats. I think this week or last week was heading west on the Wilderness Road through the Cumberland Gap. And the video came out on Friday. And so we try to have a little bit of what we call chunking, teaching it by reading and teaching it by videoing. So we hope to do that for as long as we can. We're having a lot of fun doing it. We put out about 110 videos so far. The other big thing that we're just thrilled about is our Americana Corner grant program. It's called the Preserving America series. And that's where we give grants of about $10,000 to different organizations across the country. Last year was our inaugural year, and we gave out 67 grants to organizations in 24 different states. And this year, from November 15th to December 15th, we have a window open for more applications that we will announce. George Washington's birthday, his 291st birthday, on February 22nd, 2023. And if you know people, organizations, 501c3s that focus on the first century of America's wonderful history, please let them know about our grant program. We'd love to give more grants out this year. Everyone who applied last year, we figured out a way to make them qualify. So please let people know about that. But the resources are there. There's stories ranging from the French and Indian War to soon Arnold's march to Quebec, the Albany Congress, and everything in between. And it's all there free for the taking. And we love it when people will use our resources. So did I talk too long, Kathy?
No, perfect. Thank you. We use AmericanaCorner.com all the time. And we thank you at Constituting America because we are the recipients of several of your very generous grants. You sponsor our 90-day study series. And most recently, you sponsored something we're really excited about. We're handing out constitutions tonight at the Washington Nationals baseball game.
Yes.
To all the attendees at the baseball game, their game against the Marlins. So we can hardly wait to put these free pocket constitutions in people's hands tonight with AmericanaCorner.com on the inside cover and Constituting America. So we thank you again so much for being with us and all you do and all that you so generously make possible. Now, we're also so proud of our We the Future contest winners, and we want to take a moment to give a shout out to the audience as well. Some of our audience members who are with us today from various schools. Let's see, we have got Lober Middle School, Mrs. Wong's class, second period class. We have Pohiki Elementary, IB World School. Caden D is participating today from her home school in Southwest Florida. Memorial Middle School, La Joya ISD, Frida Rio says hello. Wyoming East High School, New Richmond, West Virginia, Transitional English, 7th period. Scott Castellano Memorial Middle School. So we'll give more shout outs soon. We're going to go to more of our We the Future contest winners, and thank y'all for being with us.
Thank you, Kathy.
I protest. Change now. 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 I protest. Change now.
The most dangerous threat to democracy is the silencing of its citizens. This is why the Founding Fathers protected us by creating the Bill of Rights. Our liberty survives because the power belongs to the people. Our Constitution ensures that our voices are heard and that change is possible.
Hi, my name is Brandon Vanderford, and I'm the former media director and current financial advisor for the Board of Directors for Constituting America. I've been with the organization for about 10 years. While I've enjoyed watching our social media outreach grow during that period of time, one of the most satisfying parts of the organization to me is both attending and participating in the school speeches, because you get to see immediately whether or not a student, is understanding what you're saying in real time. And by the end of it, you really get a sense of these students walking away having learned actual real knowledge about the Constitution. And it's also a great way to extend to these students the ability to participate in our other programs or become more involved in our social media outreach, and to apply for scholarships, which lead to tons of more opportunities for these students years down the line. They just become a part of the Constituting America family.
One of our biggest problems today is that we are afraid to have others challenge our mindset, and therefore we avoid topics that could lead to challenging conversations. At a young age, we're told not to talk about anything that is remotely divisive. But without having challenging conversations, how do you know that what you're saying is your truth and not just something you were raised to believe? Having conversations is how we learn. It's important to be able to see the other sides of things in order to form an opinion and choose what's best for you. Let's say you were raised to shower with all your clothes on. You can go through life thinking that is the best way to get clean, and if you never meet anyone brave enough to talk about hygiene, then you will never know that there is a better way. There's no reason to be afraid of differences. Limiting yourself to certain topics can render yourself unable to talk to friends, co-workers, or even family. To avoid challenging conversations is the same as to keep your mind trapped in a little box. Open your box. It's an American thing. AmericanThing.org.
In 2011, a Newsweek poll asked 1,000 people what is the supreme law of the land. 70% couldn't answer correctly. The right answer? The Constitution. People may ask, what's the point in knowing the US Constitution if it doesn't affect your everyday life? Well, newsflash, it does affect your everyday life. I can give you at least 3 of many possible ways it actually does affect you. Please try to prove me wrong. Do you read the newspaper every morning or even an online blog? Do you go to church? Have you ever voted before or thought about voting? If you said yes to any of these, then ding ding ding, you are affected by the Constitution on a daily basis. Now you may be saying, great, so it affects me. I've been doing fine so far, not really knowing the Constitution. Why should that change? Well, it saves you from awkwardly misquoting it in front of someone important. It can also help with voting decisions. Is your candidate focusing on the parts of the Constitution that are important to you? As Americans, we're lucky to have the Constitution to guarantee our rights. We owe it to the Founding Fathers to learn and know it.
Hi, my name's Jeanette Kranek, and I am Director of Operations and School Outreach for Constituting America. I like to think I have the best job of Constituting America because I get to talk to all the students. And we do talk to adult groups too, but I really love talking to students. I have an opportunity to go to schools, and then when we were faced with the pandemic, we did a lot of virtual Zooms and Google Meets with schools all over the country. And Aubrey Jackman was there beside me, helping me muddle through the technology world. And we have reached hundreds and hundreds of schools. We have a running scroll on our webpage on how many schools we've reached. In fact, Monday, we did 4 of them virtually. Aubrey and I were together again all day. And the great thing about it is she's in one part of the country, I'm in another part, and we can come and speak to your school or your club and teach everyone about the First Amendment. Now, when we talk about the First Amendment, if you were listening today, we were kind of giving you subliminal and outright blatant answers to the quiz that we give to schools all over the country. Now, I'm going to read a little bit from the First Amendment and then tell you this little acronym that we use at Constituting America to teach students how to remember their rights under the First Amendment. According to the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. So some of you may look at that and think, how am I ever going to remember all of that? We have a trick. We created a useful tool for you to remember. Now you take the different parts of the First Amendment, and we take the R for religion, the A for assembly, the P for press, the P for petition, and the S for speech, and you remember the word raps. Think of rap music. And I know it's not spelled that way, but it'll help you remember it. I know a lot of teachers, and I know a lot of history teachers, and you will see this in probably 5th grade. You'll see it again in 8th grade. You'll see it in 9th grade. Most schools in America, you'll see it in 11th, and you'll see it in 12th. And you'll be taught different ways to remember it. But this is one of the easiest ways. We actually have a lot of teachers, school teachers in the Houston area that are borrowing this from Constituting America, and they are now using this in their classrooms. So when you're playing Jeopardy or something like that, and there's a question, you know, what are the rights afforded American citizens under the First Amendment? You can think, what did they tell us at Constituting America? And you think of rap, religion, assembly, press, petition, and speech. Doesn't make one any more important than the other. We just kind of needed a vowel in there. So that's where we put assembly, and that's the word that we came up with. So it doesn't, like I said, they are all equally important and they are used together. Now, what I also like to talk to students about is Aubrey and I do a lot of middle and high schools, and a lot of times students are approaching the drivers. They're getting ready to study for their driver's lessons. Back when I was studying for driver's lessons, you went to the DMV and you got this book and you didn't go anywhere without it because you were memorizing constantly. And I see students like know all of the rules of the road. And that's great. That's wonderful. That'll keep you safe. It'll keep your mother and father happy. Nobody has to worry about you breaking any rules, getting any tickets, because you know all those rules. Now, you're getting ready to go through life. And guess what? Going through life as an American citizen in this country You have that book. You have that handbook of how to be a good citizen, how to safely maneuver your way through any circumstance you'll run into if you know the rules. Now imagine you're a new driver and you didn't really study. And so you're driving along and the school bus is there and the stop sign's out, the lights are flashing, but you don't stop. You think, well, I'm just gonna go around. He stopped. Or you stop for a second, but then you still go around. If a police officer sees you, you are going to get an extremely expensive ticket. But if he pulls you over and you go, oh, I didn't know that, or I stopped for a few seconds and I didn't see anyone coming, you're still going to get a ticket. Just because you didn't know that rule doesn't mean that you didn't break it. And it's the same thing. And there are rules there to keep you safe on the road. There are rules there for us to keep others safe, and to protect each other and to protect our community, which is also what you're doing when you're studying for your driver's license. So think about it in that regard. Maybe if you have recently got your license, you think, you know what, I tackled that, memorized that book, got that. Get out your Constitution and start reading that, and go online and look at different resources. Now, if you're someone who watches police shows, you will have examples of the Constitution taken right out of the script. Every time you're watching, you know, Law and Order or one of those shows and they say, you have the right to remain silent, that was lifted right out of the Constitution. That was not some Hollywood scriptwriter that came up with that. When you see, you know, you're watching a TV show and someone gets on the stand and they say, I plead the fifth. And again, not good Hollywood screenwriting, great founding father writing. So the Constitution will affect you and all of the things that you do throughout your life. And so it's really important that you know it. And I think one of my favorite things about what I get to witness with the videos that all of our past winners have made is they know it, they get it, they understand it. It's, you know, we have one by Emily, another one by Laureate Hicks. They're brilliant in that it's, you know, one of them says, you know, wouldn't you want to know it? So you really should know it. So I'm going to take a minute, not real long, and we're going to do a quiz. It's the quiz that we do in school. It's not long, it's not hard. If I were you, I would, if I were a student anywhere between 4th or 5th grade up through high school, I would jot these down because you will see them again. We didn't just make them up because we were in the mood. We made them up because they apply to the Constitution and the rights afforded to you under the First Amendment. So we're going to go with the very, very first question that I asked students. And what is the Constitution? Now, I know that this was said twice already today on this program, so if you've been paying attention, you know this. Is it the supreme law of the land for officials only, a document that can be interpreted any way you want, or is it the document that declared our independence from Great Britain? Did anyone put it in there? Do we have any answers in the Q&A? All right, Aubrey, let's give them the first one. It's the supreme law of the land for everyone. And interestingly enough, you don't have to be 18 for these laws to apply. These laws to apply to you. So it doesn't matter how old you are. The Constitution, whether you are 8 seconds old in a hospital or 108 years old living in a retirement facility, the Constitution covers every single one of the American citizens in this country. We'll go on to number 2. Now, I know you guys all know this. The Constitution outlines 3 branches of government in Articles 1, 2, and 3. What are the 3 branches of government? Virginians will appreciate A, General Assembly, Circuit Court, and House of Burgess, judicial, legislative, and executive, General Assembly, Circuit Court, judicial, and the legislative, executive, administrative.
Jeanette, we've got a few answers in the Q&A. I see Julie Lynn
Okay.
said B, Wallace I said B, and Amy Dreffs said that Caroline and Bethany also say B, and we've got Miguel Romero also said B.
Well, let's see. Do they have it? Yes, they do. The judicial, legislative, and executive. What order did the founders put them in? I like to park here for a minute. Was it alphabetical, legislative, executive, judicial? They really didn't care what order it was in, or was it D, executive, legislative, and judicial? If someone else would read out the answers, because mine is not refreshing, so I can't see what people are answering.
Yeah, Jeanette,
so feel free.
Happy to keep reading those answers.
Sure, Jacob.
So we've got some more B's. We've got Ahmad Hasnet said B.
I agree with him. And I think Ahmad, is he representing a classroom or is he a homeschooler? That name sounds familiar. The answer is B, legislative, executive, judicial. What a lot of people don't know is that they did have a reason for this, the founding fathers. The founding fathers thought of so much. The founding fathers, having grown up in Philadelphia and then spending an extended 20, 30 years of my life in Virginia, I love American history. And one of the great things about the living in both Virginia and growing up in Philadelphia is I was exposed to what they were thinking and where they were. And the unique thing that we need to remember, because this country is so huge, that originally when it was the 13, each state was kind of its own entity at that time. They hadn't been working together very long. You got to figure, they just fought a war. They signed that document that said that, you know, we're out of here. And then they were putting together these rules for all of us to abide by. So to them, their member of Congress, as it is today, was the most important, because we had 13 colonies. We had Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia. They didn't necessarily have the same needs and wants as Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and New York. So each of these, you know, the original 13 had their own agendas. And so that was when they were putting the government together, they decided they would have representatives. And when we were reading the Constitution today, we discovered how many each original state was given, how many members of Congress. Virginia had the most. And then next came the executive, which was the president, which of course we know, those of us that know American history know that George Washington, or General Washington, really wasn't very fond of the idea of becoming president, but they talked him into it because he wasn't so fond of it. And then they created the judicial, or the courts, or the law, or the, you know, all of the laws to oversee and make sure everything worked. But when the founders put them in that order, it was that way for a reason. They knew that the president shouldn't be the most important. And that's something, unfortunately, that since I'd say it started happening in the 1950s with modern media, that the United States puts the president above the members of Congress, and they're there to serve you. As we said earlier, the members of Congress, they have an office in your community, and they also have one in Washington, D.C. They are there for, as we know, we the people. So we the people, being the beginning of our Constitution, is why the legislative branch is first, then the executive, the president and his advisors, cabinet, and then the judicial, which is made up of judges, learned people who have studied law to make sure that the laws that are being put forth by the legislative and approved by the executive, all concurrent, are in the best interest of we, the people. So that's it in a nutshell. What are our inalienable rights? I know you guys are all going to know this one. Number 4 is it freedom of religion, freedom to assemble, freedom of the press, freedom to petition the government, freedom of speech, and F, all of the above. We all know what it is when you get that option of all of the above. Do we have anything?
Miguel Romero just commented, he said F. We've also got F from Catherine Hollingsworth from Charleston, South Carolina, and Julie Linderleaf also said F.
Well, they are all absolutely right. And if you look at it closely right there, that's where you see our RAP, religion, assembly, press, petition, speech. So there it is once again. So if you would like to change something about the Constitution on number 5, if you would like to change something, what could be done? Nothing can be done. Amend the Constitution, make a new Constitution, vote all current officials out of office. What do we think here?
Catherine Hollingsworth said B. We've also got B from Miguel Romero and B from Julie Linderleaf.
Very good. And come on, anybody who was paying attention, I'm going to throw 5, I'll call this 5A. Yes, correct answer is B. But here's a follow-up to that. How many times was it amended? Somebody throw a number in there. Just type in a number for me. What do you think? How many times did we amend it?
We've got 22 from Esther Strait, 25 from Amy Jeffs.
Close. They're both close.
26 from Catherine Hollingsworth, 27 from Evan O. We've got
27, the magic number. 27.
We've got 27 quite a few times. Ahmad Hasnat said 27, Amy Jeffs said 27, and Miguel Romero said 27.
Absolutely. And you know, amending the Constitution is not an easy process. Gosh, I wish we could do a whole segment on just how to amend the Constitution. I could get your ideas. But by going again and using our RAPs, our religion, assembly, press, petition, and speech, that is how American people can not, I wonder when you use the term fight, but that is how they can work to amend the Constitution. And the last time it was done, it was a young student, Kathy Gillespie knows his name, and I'm drawing a blank, who worked on changing this bill for close to 30 years. It's an interesting article that we have information on it on our website. So there's a reason to go to our website to find out what happened during the 27th Amendment. Number 6, what does unalienable rights mean? Does it mean that the government gives us our rights? We are born with our rights? Only some are born with our rights? Or could it be all the above? Because it says in the Constitution, we are born with, the Constitution protects our unalienable rights. What do they mean by unalienable?
We've got some answers coming in. Patricia Thompson says B. Nicole Roby says B. Miguel Romero says B. Catherine Hollingsworth says B. Esther Strait says B. Patricia Thompson says B.
All right.
Bethany and Caroline
got
says
it.
B. Harry says B. We've got a lot of people answering now.
There you are. We are born with our rights. Absolutely, positively, you're born with our rights. Because you know, one thing to remember is if the government gives us something, they can take it away. So here in America, we are born with our rights. There are other countries where that's not an option. They can get a new president or emperor or whatever, or king, even you know, Britain, they have their own constitution. We're not the only ones with a constitution. There are other governments with constitutions, but they can come in and just make them change it. We look at other countries like North Korea and see how he can just make blanket statements through his constitution, and things that were free and safe one day are no longer that way. There are some different countries where they would tell people exactly how many children they were allowed to have. So we are fortunate here in the United States that we are born with our rights. As I was saying earlier, babies in the hospital have the exact same rights as you and I do sitting here right now. So
I just wanted to add that college student that you were referencing was Gregory Watson back in 1982.
That's it. Gregory Watson back in 1982. He was a student at the University of Dallas, and he wrote a paper, and his teacher gave him a C on the paper, and he wrote a paper about members of Congress couldn't vote on a salary change within the first term that they were elected. They would have to wait until the next time to vote for it, so that they couldn't just get in there and vote to give themselves a raise. And it took him close to 30 years. He went to different states and lobbied people, and he was actually one of our guests on one of our podcasts for Constituting America. And he worked very, very hard, and he stuck with it. And he did go back and tell his teacher, his former professor, after he helped change the Constitution, "You only gave me a C on the paper." And he still had a C on the paper, nothing changed. But he did have the satisfaction. All members of Congress, the president, judges, and members of our armed forces must swear to protect. We know this, we saw this in our last segment. The people, the Constitution themselves, or the Declaration of Independence.
All right, we've got a couple answers coming in. Miguel Romero says A. Ahmad Hasnat says B. Terry Zalesnak says B. Patricia Thompson, which is Caden Thompson from Sanford, North Carolina, says A. Esther Strait says B. Christy Cardwell from Wyoming East High School, New Richmond, West Virginia, which is an 8th period, says C. Julie Linderleaf says A. Evan Ho says A. And Tammy Knight says B. So we're kind of all over the place.
We are all over the place with this one. You know what? It's A. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 8. If you happen to have one of Constituting America. B, I'm sorry. I was looking at the article word. Constituting America, our constitutions, if you open them up, slap to the middle, where the staple is, and you look over to the left, down the bottom, you'll see Article 2, Section 1, Clause 8. Where the president swears to affirm, he says, I swear to protect the Constitution of the United States. The reason that the president protects the Constitution is because that is already established. If the Constitution protects we, the people, he's already, oh, I am so sorry. He is already protecting the people. So it's not A, it is the Constitution. And if you had a president who was in office who perhaps wasn't in defense or support of the Constitution, we would not want that person swearing to protect a Constitution that they, or the people. They would want them to protect the Constitution. Thereby, you protect the people. Is our form of government a republic or a democracy? I'm just going to lead you right into the correct answer on this one. Here's a trick to remember this. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible. So there you go. A lot of people, it does not mean the Republican Party. It does not mean the Democratic Party. It means that we have a republic form of government where we elect someone to go to Washington to pass our laws. Now, the next one is the Constitution for Republicans, Democrats. I'm going to give it to you. It is for everyone. The Constitution is for everyone in the United States. We said that earlier, and true or false is our congressmen and women paid for their work in Congress. We all know that the answer is true, and the number one place that that money comes from is our taxes. So we made it through. I'm sure all of you got 90 plus. We'd love to come to your school and do this in person. If we can't get to your school, Aubrey and I would love to Zoom in. Thank you, Kathy. I think you might be muted.
Thanks, Jeanette. Thank you so much. And we want to ask everybody to come back for our next session on Constitution and communication. And we're going to watch some more We the Future contest winners. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Scholarships, educational school speeches, weekly podcasts, online academic forums, student career promotions, mentor trips, and more. Constituting America is dedicated to spreading the power of the Constitution to our country's future. America's youth. You too can support Constituting America's future leaders by donating at americanthing.org or texting Constitution 21 to 41444 or scanning the QR code below. Simply open your camera and point it to the barcode. Thank you for supporting Constituting America.
My name is Geyer Diebeslan. I'm a new board member for Constituting America. I was first introduced to Constituting America over Facebook. I was thrilled to see that someone was educating American students about the Constitution. As my own children have gotten older, I've been dismayed to see that they have no real introduction to the Constitution. My question is, if you don't have a basic understanding of the Constitution, do you really understand what it means to be an American? The Constitution is fundamental. We see legal scholars and commentators debating arcane points of our Constitution all the time. And what we see Constituting America do so beautifully is introducing the Constitution to students where they are, on their own level, then engaging these students to think and understand the Constitution more fully through their contest, where young people write songs, speeches, create poetry, create art about the Constitution. All this makes the Constitution, the bedrock of who we are as Americans, more accessible and not so remote to young people. Now more than ever, we need Americans to trust, believe, and understand the Constitution. And that's what Constituting America does so well.
Hey you, stop and listen. This is a public service announcement with Dakari Chapman. Why should you know your Constitution, and why should you know your rights as a U.S. citizen? How would you like it if someone didn't allow your club to meet at your house? I wouldn't, because that's not cool. How would you like to be tried without a jury? I wouldn't, because that's not cool. These things are not cool. Learn your rights as a U.S. citizen so you know what to do in these situations. Thanks for listening, and remember, it's an American thing, so learn it.
Do you know what constitutes our Constitution? This living document that's a fusion of our forefathers' vision for the future of this nation? We have a Bill of Rights. We're not built for these rights, but we've been given these rights because we live. We don't have to pay every day when we don't watch what we say. A penny for our thoughts is not what we give, but we give off our thoughts by the way that we live. And there are soldiers who've died, men and women who've paid the price, in the blink of an eye given their lives to make our lives nice. And we can't fight to preserve these rights, to reach new heights, get through the darkest nights together if we don't know. We the people, we the future, can't make it right if we don't show an interest in learning the script that governs our lives. So forgive me if I'm wrong, but if you belong to this country, then there are rights that belong to you so long as you do one thing. You know your Constitution and your freedom that it brings. You can't fight for what's right. You can't find a flaw if you've never shed light on the supreme law of the land. The land of the free and the home of the brave requires your knowledge and God's good grace in order to save our human race in the face of terror. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you need to choose what you're going to do because you could lose everything.
Well, welcome to our Constitution and Communications workshop. If you're just joining us, welcome to our pre-Constitution Day celebration. We want to remind our viewers that all the students you're seeing on this program today are our wonderful We the Future contest winners, and you can be a winner too. It's not too late. Please check out americanthing.org to learn about our categories and scholarship opportunities. For those joining today, we're extending our deadline 2 weeks from today until September 30th. So you have 2 extra weeks to turn in your contest entry, and you can enter on our website. Also, if you're watching with our class today, type your name and school in the Q&A, and we'll do our best to give your school a shout out at the end of the workshop. Now, I'm honored to introduce our guest, Alice Stewart, CNN commentator, communication consultant, veteran senior communications advisor on numerous presidential campaigns, and she's a former fellow and current board member at the John F. Kennedy Institute of Politics at Harvard. Thank you for being with us today, Alice. We're so happy to have you. And I think you're muted. And Alice, there you go.
Yeah, I'm so great to be here with you and with all the students on such a special day. And I'm learning a lot too. The last presentation about the Pledge of Allegiance and we're a republic. This was a great reminder.
Well, thank you. Now we have 2 of our winners on with us live today. Trijal Tagadur is an 8th grader in Georgia and this year's Best Middle School Essay winner. We also have on with us Carson Collins, who is a homeschooled sophomore from Austin, Texas, and this year's Best Essay on Film winner. We're thrilled to have both of you with us today. First, we'll hear from Trijal, who's going to read us the first 2 minutes of his winning incredible essay.
Hi, I'm Trijal from Georgia, and I'll be reading part of my essay. It is the year 1787. The setting is Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. You can smell the scent of dust and old boots around you. You hear the sound of people enunciating and boots thumping on the wooden floor. You look up. There are people all around, dressed incredibly neat, and are gathered around a paper to sign it. You're at the ever so famed and momentous Constitutional Convention. People like George Washington, James Madison, Ben Franklin, and other members of the Constitutional Convention wanted to create a country conceived in liberty, and one that would thrive amongst other nations of the time, whose monarchies and unfairness would lead to revolt. They wanted to create a country in which the people would have the power. The citizens would be able to vote for the representatives, thus having representation in government. They aimed to give citizens several rights that would recognize the United States as a republic. They did all of this by writing and signing the Constitution. Many of these rights are represented in the First Amendment of the Constitution. An amendment is a change to the Constitution in order for the U.S. to further prosper as a democracy. The First Amendment outlines several rights that Congress may not constrain. These rights are the freedom of speech, religion, press, assembly, and the right to petition the government. Freedom of speech allows citizens to be able to voice their opinions without government involvement. Freedom of religion permits citizens to practice any religion they regard as true. Freedom of press authorizes the rights of citizens to publish printed or electronic material as they choose. Freedom of assembly allows people to gather in groups to express their opinions. The right to petition permits citizens to request things and express their opinions to the government freely.
That's excellent, Trijal. I could almost envision our founding fathers and the writers of the Constitution there. And as you wrote that piece, it was very good. And I'm excited to talk to you for many reasons. I'm from Georgia. My nieces and nephews went to school right down the street from your school. My sister lives right down the street from your school. So you're very close to my heart geographically and certainly with what you just said about the Constitution. I want to say a couple things. about your speech. I thought it was super compelling, but you highlighted the various freedoms and the rights that we have of speech, religion, press, assembly, petition the government. Trijal, if you were asked to follow up and write another speech on which of those you think is the most important or the most special to you, which would it be and why?
I think probably for me personally, I would think the freedom of speech, because I'm a very vocal person. I like talking a lot and I like expressing my opinions a lot. And I think the freedom of speech just allows people to do that. And it's fantastic that the framers had the idea that this was a really important right to have for the United States people.
And I'm sure a lot of your friends and your family members aren't as smart about the Constitution as you are, and you've done a lot of research. If you could say something that maybe didn't make it into your speech and in your writing, what is I think a fun fact or interesting fact that people might not know? Let's just say you were on a Jeopardy one day and there was an interesting question that was asked. What is something that you know about the Constitution that people might not know that is a interesting takeaway?
I think a few days in school, we were researching something related to the Constitution. I just found something that popped out at me. It was that Ben Franklin, he needed help to sign the US Constitution as he was in poor health at that time. And when he did so, he cried with joy. So I think that was just like a really nice fact to know.
That's great. A couple of the things that when I'm writing a speech or writing an op-ed for work or for school, I keep a couple things in mind when I'm writing a speech or an op-ed. A few things that come to mind. Tell people what you're going to tell them, and then tell them what you told them. And I try to keep that in mind because sometimes we get so bogged down in the big picture, we lose sight of the message that we really want to get across. And another aspect is tell a story. And I think you did that very well at the beginning of your speech. And what kind of picture were you trying to paint in the first few sentences of your speech to get people really feeling like they were there?
I tried mentioning a few famous names that at least most Americans would know, as they were very significant in the development of the United States in the beginning. I tried to paint a picture that there's just like these important people, very sophisticated, and they were all gathered around the Constitution, ready to sign it, and make it one of the most significant and important documents in United States history.
Excellent. And last question, this is a personal question. I know that you have a lot of extracurricular activities, but one is that you are a second-degree black belt in Taekwondo. What is something in Taekwondo, a discipline you learn in Taekwondo that helps you to do what you do with regard to excelling in your writing and understanding the Constitution?
That's a very good question. I think in Taekwondo, one of the most important parts of it is discipline and knowing when to stay in your boundaries. And for the Constitution, we are given several rights, but we still need to know when to stay in our boundaries so that it doesn't spread out to a certain extent. We are still allowed to voice our opinions, but it's best not to go too far. Just let your voice be heard.
Excellent. Great. Thank you. Kathy, back to you.
Well, thank you, Alice. Those are some great tips on writing essays. And I know that the students watching got a lot out of it. And Trijal, your essay is so creative. You're such a creative writer. Where do you get your ideas, and where can other people your age start to get inspired to write essays like yours?
Thanks, Kathy. Great questions. But first of all, thanks to our guest speaker for their incredible tips. As for the first question, me personally, I'm inspired often by emotion or passion for the topic that I'm writing about. Once I get started, I just go with the flow. The time that I take to write and focus thoroughly on a piece of literature could range from just 30 minutes to a few hours. For inspiration, it just tends to vary. An idea could just pop in my head, often relating to my surroundings or anything that's happened to me. A couple months ago, I was working on schoolwork inside of my house to take a break from looking at the screen, and I stared out the window, in which I was facing my backyard, and more specifically, the trees in my backyard. And I noticed how calmly and delicately the trees moved in negotiation with the wind. I had then made up my mind to work on a piece of literature regarding what had happened. The result was a moderately sized poem regarding trees and their qualities.
Well,
Or inspiration doesn't necessarily need to be what you're writing about. It can just be the way that you write it. If you are writing something about an essay, like let's say sports, you don't need to start with the basic fundamentals needed to begin an essay. You can change it up, adding a few pieces of humor, some unexpected parts as well. And this way you can engage your reader, and it will also be something for you to cherish as well. Reading books and other pieces of literature helps as well, for me personally too. Entering competitions can and will help you to improve your writing skills. And that is my advice to any aspiring writers or anyone just looking to build a passion for making literature.
Well, that's great advice. And I am sure that you're inspiring all of our writers out there in our audience this afternoon.
Thank you.
Now we're going to hear from Carson, and we're going to watch part of his essay on film.
The United States is an extraordinary country. It is one of the freest, most prosperous, and most militarily advanced countries to ever exist. Compared to places like China, Cuba, and Venezuela, the United States might as well be paradise. But what differentiates America from these other countries, and how is an American's way of life different from that of a Chinese, Cuban, or Venezuelan citizen? What makes America special? Well, we have the U.S. Constitution. The U.S. Constitution is centered around the principle of liberty. The founders had just fought an 8-year war opposing the British attempts to impose greater control over the colonies and to make them repay the crown for its defense of them during the French and Indian War. There was an immense amount of stress to create a government that couldn't become anything like the overbearing British government. The founders wanted to do everything they could to restrain the size of the U.S. government. So they used mechanisms such as checks and balances, the Second Amendment, and freedom of speech to maintain an unintrusive, small government. And beyond all of this, the Bill of Rights does something exceptional with individual freedoms. That is, it does not give American citizens any rights. Instead, it states the God-given rights that we, as humans, naturally have. The founders knew that if a government could give its citizens rights, then it could just as easily take them away. The Constitution and the Bill of Rights stop, or at least make it harder to enlarge the government. And when compared to other countries, this is a good thing.
That was excellent for many reasons, Carson. Congratulations on a really good speech. And it's very different when you're giving a visual speech and when you're using a written speech. And I think you did a wonderful job with being able to convey your message in a visual platform. I look at oftentimes the difference in when you're writing a speech or writing something and when you're actually delivering it vocally. And written communication is descriptive and detailed. It's descriptive and detailed. Oftentimes, you don't want to just put facts and figures and numbers down in your written document. You want to describe something. You want to give more details. And often with the written communication, you have more time to do so. And with spoken communication, it's visual. It is visual and it's emotional. And what you did, you were able to visually convey your message about the Constitution and our freedoms And I have a couple things I try to keep in mind as I'm speaking out. And one of them is a very simple one. Stand tall, talk with confidence, emit emotion, and plan your message. And doing so, wrapping things all up in one nice package. And you did so with your emotion and the flag in the background and putting the words on the page. And Carson, I just want to ask you, what do you think the most important component of your visually telling this story? What was the thing that you wanted to convey most to people about the Constitution?
I think a lot of the visual aspects usually tie in together. So it's a little bit hard to pick one that makes the whole thing work. But I would say I'm particularly partial to the graphics, just because that's the part that I really love to do. I love the editing. It's probably my favorite part of the whole video making process.
And again, another thing to ask you, there's so much information about the Constitution. I'm sure you probably had to edit out certain aspects. What kind of thought process went into deciding what you were going to include and what you decided, well, maybe we'll save that for another day?
A lot of it, I just had to pick what I wanted to talk about. And then anything that I wanted to talk about the Constitution that didn't come into this one big point about liberty and comparing the liberty that America has to maybe any other countries. And any part or fact about the Constitution that didn't directly play into those, while it was hard for me, I did have to cut those out.
Right. And in your writing of this, what did you learn in terms of how America and us having the Constitution, how does that separate us from other countries, and being able to convey that in your speech?
Yeah, so it was definitely a very, very great learning experience. I spent a couple weeks researching, and then I think the biggest part of that research was then to put it into a final product. Really helped solidify those facts in my mind. I think one of the biggest ones and one of the most important ones is that the American Constitution does not give American citizens any rights. We're given those rights by God, and the U.S. Constitution just protects them and declares them to protect our rights as citizens.
All right, your homeschool education is certainly paying off. And one last question, I'd like to ask a personal question. I know that you are a regatta racer. Tell me one discipline you've learned in that sport that helped you to wrap your head around the speech and deliver it in such a compelling way. What's a discipline you learned that you can share with others?
I think controlling the mind and controlling the body have a lot of interplay that aren't necessarily as clear or as spoken for as they could be. I think being able to get up and go practice on the water every day and having the discipline to do that also ties into the discipline of being able to work, plan, and maintain time to put into writing an essay, and then to have the discipline to speak about it, go through quite a few different times recording the actual video part of it to get it just right. And I think the discipline between mind and body play in together quite importantly.
Excellent. Great answers and wonderful speech and great visual presentation, Carson. Thanks for taking time to answer my questions. Kathy?
Thank you.
And Alice, thank you so much for the great tips that you gave the students in our audience. They're so fortunate to be able to learn from you with your just fabulous career in communications. And thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us, and what great questions you asked both Trijal and Carson. And also want to, Trijal and Carson, y'all have just had such beautiful and well thought out answers. Carson, we've got one last question for you. How long does it take you usually to write an essay? And then what is your favorite part in the writing process and why? And I guess this may be three questions actually. Do you want to also walk us through a short example of sharing how you start an outline or a speech? I guess all those questions are related, but just talk to us a little bit about the writing process.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the three main parts of creating a film or a video are the writing, the actual filming of the script, and then the editing of the video. And for most of the videos I've produced, the writing and the editing take about the same amount of time. And the filming usually only takes a day or two, depending on how efficient and how frustrated I get when I do something wrong. Of course, the time it takes to write a script definitely varies depending on not only the length of the video, but also the topic and how well I know the topic. The essay I wrote for my Constituting America film took around 3 weeks, but I usually wouldn't spend more than an hour on it per day. I'd like to start by kind of throwing ideas up onto a page, writing whatever flashes through my mind. And sometimes this is even before I have a solidified topic for whatever I'm going to be writing about. I think that it helps me stay organized, and it really makes sure that any ideas that I come up with, that I can actually articulate them and create enough content for a 10-minute or however long video. A lot of the time I'll write these in bullets, and I usually signify switching from note-taking or just throwing ideas up on a page to starting a real first draft is by removing the bullets and expanding the ideas and turning them into paragraphs. And the first draft is, of course, nowhere near my final draft, and it's always okay to have a really messy first draft. After letting it sit for at least a night, sometimes a few days, usually with a large amount of frustration, I'll come back and start doing serious editing on my first draft. I really like to sleep on what I write. I think that letting an essay breathe for a night or two, or even a few days, is extremely helpful in creating a polished product. Another tactic that I found really beneficial is to just print an essay and write any edits you have with a pen. It helps me stay grounded. The writing isn't changing as I'm editing on a computer, and I have to be very clear in how I want to change words and passages. And then after a few rounds of editing over a couple of days, you end up with the polished product. And that polished product is probably my favorite aspect of the writing process. To have worked through the stages of messy note-taking to an untidy first draft to a semi-complete essay, and then to finish with a clean final draft that looks nothing like the first draft is very rewarding for me. And on almost everything I write, at some point, I think I'm going to have to start over. And sometimes I do scrap essays, but most of the time that untidy first draft usually works out in the end. And I think that's something very important for slightly more inexperienced authors to remember.
You certainly produced a polished, finished product, and those are all great tips for our students watching today. And want to thank both you and Trijal again, and thank you, Alice. And we are going to close our communications workshop with a video to highlight some of our other communication winners.
In 1789, the shot heard round the world ricocheted off a French musket, sparking the French Revolution. 10 bloody years later, a man named Napoleon took control in a coup. What had started as a revolt against a monarchy ended in a dictatorship. This was a marked difference from the American Revolution, the reputed inspiration for the French Revolution, which ended in a constitution which has now endured for over 200 years. After the American Revolution, seeing they needed a stronger central government, the colonies reluctantly conceded more power and tried to ensure a system that would restrain the government. During the upheaval of the French Revolution, few dared to speak against those in power, and those that did were often ruthlessly killed. Why were these two revolutions, both supposedly aiming at the same goal, liberty, so vastly different? The main reason is that though they both claimed to pursue liberty, they had drastically different ideas about how liberty could, or should, be achieved.
From the Gupta dynasty to the Ottoman Turks, it's no secret that world history has been littered with the remnants of once great empires, all of which ended up succumbing to the strains of societal, economic, and bureaucratic decline. Although there are a number of socio-political and geographic factors informing these collapses, one underlying pattern seems to emerge as a root catalyst for such national upheaval time and time again. That is, a country's consistent campaign to censor and suppress the free will and expression of its citizens. Our founders recognized this, and in order to affect social happiness and democratic practices in their newly independent colonies, they urged the ratification of the Bill of Rights, a document ensuring indispensable civil liberties, and the maintenance of equitable relations between the state and free man. In doing so, they would set in motion wave after wave of humanitarian progress and cultural reckoning. As America debated, discussed, and ultimately rebounded in the wake of each movement, stronger and more just than before. Initially ratified in 1791 after being introduced by one James Madison, the First Amendment was drafted with the sole intent of securing certain natural and unalienable civil liberties, which included but were not limited to freedom of religion, assembly, press, individual rights, petition, and speech. These clauses implicitly and explicitly delineated a citizen's inviolable prerogative to worship and attend religious congregations, participate in community activism, publish conflicting perspectives, file legislative grievances, and speak their mind without federal or state interference.
Well, weren't they great? And we want to encourage everyone watching to enter our contest. We are going to watch a few more We the Future contest winners now, and then we'll be up with our next segment, how to have a civil civic conversation, featuring the chair of the U.S. Semiquincentennial Commission and former Treasurer of the United States, Rosie Rios. And Alice, thank you again for being with us. Such an honor to have you. And Trijal and Carson, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
I love this organization. I'm Judge Michael Warren of the Oakland County Circuit Court. I'm a former member of the State Board of Education and the co-founder of Patriot Week. And I'm pleased to be able to talk to you today about Constituting America. We live in a miraculous time where we have a Constitution that preserves our freedoms and liberties. But we can only do that if we understand the Constitution, embrace it, and love it. And that's what Constituting America is all about. And I'm so thrilled that the young people that have been touched in their hearts and minds by Constituting America are moving forward to help preserve our freedoms and liberties. As I mentioned, I'm the co-founder of Patriot Week with my then 10-year-old daughter Leah when she pounded on the table and demanded a new celebration for America. So that proves to me, and I think to the world, that even young people can make a huge difference. We really need you to stay engaged, even when you're done with this program, to make sure that our freedoms and liberties are preserved. Keep working with Constituting America, and check out Patriot Week at patriotweek.org, because we together can really change the world and preserve our freedoms and liberties. God bless you, and God bless America.
I wasn't expecting winning something huge, but God blessed me with this very important essay that I'd never done before.
Keep revising and editing, and she diligently did that until she had it just the way she wanted it. And she would keep revising and put it in her own words and come up with examples of why Articles 1 through 7 were very important in the Constitution. And we're really proud of her.
My favorite part was the National Archives. I was excited to see the Declaration and the Constitution right there, face to face.
Es maravilloso mirar. Primero doy gracias a Dios y gracias a esta nación de que abrió el corazón para nosotras las oportunidades grandes de que hemos recibido estar en nuestra nueva casa. Gracias aquí a Washington DC y al igual a ustedes en su equipo por abrir la gran oportunidad en su corazón, en su mente, el trabajo de abrir mi mente y conocer la historia de los Estados Unidos. Le doy gracias a Dios, primeramente, que me dio el primer viaje para disfrutar y junto con ella, y espero que se mejore mucho de su estudio, al igual a todos los niños hispanos, y gracias de corazón, le doy gracias.
Well, welcome to our Constitution and How to Have a Civil Civic Conversation workshop. If you're just joining us, welcome to our pre-Constitution Day celebration. We want to remind our viewers that all the students you're seeing on this program today are our wonderful We the Future contest winners. And you can be a winner too. It's not too late. Please check out americanthing.org to learn about our contest. Now, we are very honored to have with us today the chair of the U.S. Semiquincentennial Commission and former treasurer of the United States, Rosie Rios. Rosie is CEO of Red River Associates, an investment management consulting firm, and co-host of Unicorn Hunters, a reality investment television series. She's a graduate of Harvard University and was selected as the first Latina in Harvard's 385-year history to have a portrait commissioned in her honor. Rosie, please tell us a little about America's upcoming 250th birthday and how the Commission is working on bringing Americans together in civil civic conversation and why it's important.
Thank you so much, Kathy. I can't tell you how excited I am to be here. You know, when you first asked me to do this, I receive a lot of invitations, but as you know, I didn't hesitate with this one because I do think it's so important, especially for this next generation, to be inspired by our founding documents. And I love this conversation about how to have a civic conversation in a civil way. I think that's so important. So as chair of America 250, which is the congressional commission that's planning the nation's 250th anniversary, you can only imagine how important this milestone is. I remember the bicentennial in 1976 like it was yesterday. And so I want this next generation to have that same feeling that I did and still do of what it means to be a proud American. And so, you know, it's important for this, for our role as commissioners, and of course, Kathy, you are one of them, is to encourage Americans to remember our past, celebrate the present, and most importantly, in my opinion, really look forward to a promising future. So our vision is to really have the opportunity for everyone to share their experiences, to really ignite our imaginations, elevate our diverse stories. We all bring something to the table, and really inspire service in our respective communities and demonstrate the lasting durability of the American project. So of course, none of this would be possible without these civil civic conversations. We have 250 years and more of diverse and sometimes messy history, and being able to have an open and honest conversation about what this looks like in terms of our history is really paramount to us being able to celebrate how far we've come and really what work we have to do for the future of our country. So, you know, when I was hearing the stories about some of your speakers about going to the National Archives, that still is one of my favorite experiences. I mean, to be able to see the Charters of Freedom in person is such a privilege. You know, and our nation's founders, as you know, used civil civic conversations in the drafting of the United States Constitution. And that kind of conversation is still necessary for us to progress today. I'm happy to be here today talking about what we can do to really facilitate these civil civic conversations. And I want to say to you again, thank you for taking this on.
Well, and thank you for your leadership of the U.S. Semiquincentennial Commission. It's a real honor to serve with you. We also have several of our past winners on with us live today on a student panel who will be discussing with us how to have a civil civic conversation. Trijal Tagadur is an 8th grader in Georgia and this year's Best Middle School Essay winner. Yashika Debar is currently a freshman at Northlake College and won Best Short Film. Tova Kaplan, a freshman at Harvard and a 3-time winner in PSA, STEM, and Entrepreneurial, also leading the Youth Council for America 250. Dawson Rhodes, an 8th grader in Texas and this year's Best Middle School Song winner, and Dakari Chapman, an actor out of North Carolina and former winner in both PSA and short film. Now, when we do our civil civic conversation program in classrooms, an important part of the program is tips on how to have a civil civic conversation from our past contest winners described in this video, and we're going to watch it now.
I do have a friend that we never agree to anything, but we're still friends. But we usually talk it out and, you know, we apply reason and reasons why we think that way. So I will hear her out, and then I would add on to like what she thought and how I agreed with her, and then she would do the same with me, and then we would also talk about our disagreements, and we would just kind of work it out in the end and just be like, okay, yes, I understand that you feel that way, and we just understand each other in the end.
One thing that's important to understand too is that no one knows everything. And every time you talk to someone, you might learn something new. So it's always worth starting that conversation. And even though you might feel like you're so steadfast in that issue, that person might bring up a topic that you never really thought about it from that angle before. And it's always interesting to think about it like that.
Yeah, going along with what you're saying, I found like you really have to look for your common ground, and you can really learn new things. What I've learned through having a lot of these conversations with my friends and people who disagree with me is just because you think you're 100% right doesn't mean the other person is necessarily 100% wrong. There are gray areas in politics and in government, and just because you're right doesn't mean someone's wrong, and vice versa. There's so many different interpretations, and none is 100% right and perfect, and none are 100% terrible and evil. So when you're having these conversations or arguments, whatever you want to call it, you have to try and find your common ground. What else? You have to go into the conversations with an open mind. You can't have the mindset of, I am right, they are wrong, that's all that's gonna happen, because then nobody's gonna change their opinion, and your conversation will just be a waste of time. What you can do is go into the conversation thinking, well, I'm pretty sure I'm right, I'm pretty sure they're wrong, but let me see where this conversation takes us, and maybe your opinion will even be changed.
You don't even have to always find common ground when you don't, when you're having two opposing opinions, because at the end of the day, it's everyone has their own perspective. I cannot walk through life the same way as someone else. So when I go into debates or I don't really agree with the person says, I used to have a bad habit of I listened to respond and I didn't listen to understand. So now I try to step outside of myself and listen. And of course I go into the overanalyzing, well, what's their background? What they do? I kind of think let me try to piece together why they think the way they think, because for something that's logical thinking for me, being from Chicago, on the South Side, may not be the same logical way of thinking for someone who grew up on a farm. We just aren't gonna think the same. We aren't gonna think certain policies matter over the other. So it's just you have to not be so selfish with your thoughts, and just really open up and be willing to take in what someone has to say, whether you agree with it or not, because ultimately it's gonna help shape the way you think overall.
One of the main causes of having a fight or an argument is a misunderstanding. So it really helps me to listen out the other person's argument and repeat it back to them and be okay, so you think this, and you repeat back their argument and say, am I understanding you correctly? Did I get everything? And then they say yes, and then you say, all right, so here's what I think. And then you're able to make sure that you understand each other and you didn't miss anything in their argument, and that you're able to walk away with understanding instead of anger.
A lot of people go into the conversation with the one intention of trying to convince the other person and make them know that they're wrong. But when you go into these conversations, there's a very little chance that anyone's going to change their mind. So what I like to do is just try and plant a seed, of maybe your opinion, and right away they might not relent and change their opinion, but it just might be a thought or a seed, and maybe it'll grow into another opinion or another way of thinking about the issue.
You have some dough. It's lunchtime, but there's no way you would eat just dough for lunch, right? Well, the good thing is, I have some cheese. Your friend has some tomato sauce. This random guy on the street has pepperoni in his backpack. If we bring all these ingredients together, we end up with something much better than any of them alone. A savory pizza for lunch. But each of us has not only different ingredients, but also different opinions coming from our different life experiences. If we bring all these experiences and all these opinions together in friendly, civil conversation, we end up with opinions and ideas that are better than any of our individual opinions before. So if we want to come up with better ideas for a better world, What we really need are civil, civic conversations. Pizzas. It's an American thing. AmericanThing.org.
Well, those were great. And the second one was our best PSA winner, Adam Zing, who unfortunately can't be with us today. But now I'm going to turn it over to Chairman Rios and let you take it away.
Thank you so much, Kathy. So we're going to do a little bit of a Q&A with some of our student panelists. So I'm going to start with Dakari. So Dakari, hopefully you can see me and you can hear me. But
Yes,
here's your
ma'am, I
question. Fabulous. Thank you for joining us. All right. So Dakari, why do you think it's important to teach students how to have a civil civic conversation? And feel free to share an example.
I think learning civil discourse, students learn how to effectively communicate with those whose opinions differs from theirs. And with those skills, you know, I say students as if I'm not a student anymore, which I guess I'm not, but I think we ultimately become better and more informed citizens who can contribute to our society in the future, because we live in a world now where everyone's, not that people's opinions didn't matter before, but everyone's opinions are loud and proud. And so we need to be able to understand all of those. Furthermore, I think students who engage in civil conversations are more likely to engage civically in the future by voting and having political conversations and et cetera. And I find it important because in the job that I have now, I'm in the performing arts world. Everyone is talking about different things. And when I'm on sets, the director might have an opinion about something, a scene, and I'm, as the actor, I'm to take his direction, but also I might think of it a different way. And so I have to be able to approach him and say, I'm thinking, I'm feeling this. And sometimes you'll have the director that's like, no, I want it my way. But you also have the director most of the time that's, you want to try both options and see how it works. So I think civil civic conversations are very, very important.
Excellent. Those were great answers. I love how you can take your different perspective, including, what I call the third dimension that includes performing arts and make that relevant. So that was really, really helpful. Yashika, so what do you think is the hardest part about having a civil civic conversation?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly and I can see you.
Okay, perfect. So I think there are so many controversial topics that can easily escalate in this generation. But these conversations need to be had, as you said earlier, and they need to be had for us to progress as people. So we have to have those conversations, can't avoid them. So I think when someone is on the opposite side of an issue from you, it's easy to want to find counter arguments rather than understand what they're trying to say. And I think the hardest part in total is to challenge your own opinion. It's easy to be competitive and think that your opinion is the only one that matters. But the key to having a civil and efficient civic conversation is to see where others are coming from, see the light in what they're trying to say, and think about how their background affects their opinion and how your opinion can apply to their background even. So I think it's important to just take into consideration all the aspects of what everyone has to say, which is the hardest part because it's so easy to just want to stick with your opinion, but that's the only way that we can progress.
That's a great answer. It's interesting. I'm one of 9 kids, and I would say among all my siblings, I would say we're about, half and half in terms of our political perspectives, but I've never really thought about it in that way because, again, our discourse is our discourse. So even if you come from the same background, you still might have a different opinion and a different perspective. And it's really important to have that level of respect no matter who you are. So thank you for that approach. So next we have Tova. So Tova, do you have any examples of a time after you participated in Constituting America's Civil Civic Conversation Program where it helped you to diffuse a tense situation and have a civil conversation instead? And where did you get your news? And is it social media, an app, or something else?
Right, well, thank you so much. And first of all, I just want to say I really, really appreciate you sharing for valuable time with us today, and for all of your leadership. I actually go to Harvard now. I just got on campus. I was in the house, and I saw your portrait on the wall, and I think it's so amazing that you get to be a trailblazer for people all across America.
Thank you, Tova. Wait, I got to ask you, where are you in the yard? What house are you in now? Your dorm?
A proud Weld member.
Very nice. Very nice.
And so, it's been a while since I participated in Constituting America's Civil Civic Conversation program. You may have recognized me from the video. I was 13. I was in 8th grade. Now I'm in college. But definitely, I have had many civil civic conversations, especially since coming to college campus. I think people, all the kids watching, it's something to look forward to. College is a ripe time. You get to interact with people from all around the world who come from very different experiences and perspectives. Recently, I was having a conversation about a political topic, international relations regarding the Middle East. I had very different opinions than the person I was talking with. And the argument started to get a little bit heated. And, it could have gone one way, could have turned into an argument. But I said, wait, let's just pause for a second. I want to know where you got this opinion. Like, where does this come from? What in your life led you to develop this opinion? She started telling me her background, what in her life led her to this opinion. And I said, thank you so much for sharing. And now let me tell you how I developed my opinion. And in having this conversation and explaining our different backgrounds and how our different experiences led us to have different opinions, we not only gained a larger perspective on the issue, but also got to learn about each other and learn to connect with each other in that additional way. And I think that's sort of key to conversations, is coming at each other, not treating the other person as like a icon of their whatever view they're representing, but viewing them as a person who has a background, who has experiences, and someone that you can learn from, regardless of how different their opinion is from you. So I think that is very important, and that sort of humility of recognizing that we don't have all the answers. We'll never have all the answers. There's always something that we can learn by being open-minded and listening to someone. Now, that doesn't mean giving up your perspective. That doesn't mean that you have to, pretend that you don't have a strong opinion, but it means, not just listening to someone in order to respond or to shout at them or to convince them that something's different, but coming into conversations with an open mind and listening to learn, or at least to expand your perspective. Even if you don't change a single opinion, it's valuable to know where people are coming from, what opinions they hold and why they hold that. And one thought that I come back to a lot is this interesting thing about being a human, which is that, we always have something in common, no matter how small, something in common with everyone, but we have everything in common with no one. So everyone we meet, we're gonna have at least a sliver of common ground, even if it doesn't appear that way at first. The challenge is finding that. But then also that dual side, which is that we're never gonna have everything in common with anyone. There's never gonna be anyone we fully agree with. Even if they come from our background, they might have different opinions from us. So just going in, again, with an open mind, being willing to learn, that's really all you can ask. And then, sorry, to the second part of your question, where I get my news. I like to read, a variety of different news sources from different ideological bents. New York Times, Fox News, Apple News, that kind of shuffles them all together. And I think it's important to get your news from a variety of sources, even if you don't agree with those sources, just to be able to see what people on the other side are saying, and not to only rely on your narrow perspective so that you get surprised when people disagree with you. I think that's very important. Social media, I'm not going to say never get your news from social media, because if you use it wisely, can be a way to get exposed to new opinions and new sources, but you have to be very careful with social media. You can't trust everything you blindly see. You have to develop social media literacy skills and know when to question what you're presented with and know to fact check on your own. But if you go in with that awareness, I think social media can also be a powerful tool to hear other people's views and to share your own.
I think your comments are spot on. I think it's really important for everyone to find their balance, kind of what works for them. But you're right, keeping that open mind in perspective and making sure that you put yourself out there for other people's opinions of all different perspectives is very, very important. So thank you for doing that. Great comments, by the way. Dawson, so how do you go about making sure that you find and use balanced information when you're researching for school or personal use?
Well, I think it's very important to have balanced information when it comes to school or personal use. I focus on two methods to gather data to research a topic. First, I'll utilize the internet and other sources of information to review and collect information from opposing viewpoints on the topic. I proceed with caution when using the internet because there's a wide variety of data and opinions that I have to evaluate. And secondly, I'll interview my friends, my family, and others, and I'll be looking out for varying opinions. And I'll be asking questions to gain insight into others' opinions and their beliefs. And I strive to find two or more people with varying opinions so I can get opposing viewpoints. In conclusion, I chose to use the internet for the collection of data, and I interview people to clearly understand their opinions and beliefs.
Very, very good. That is sound advice, I'm sure, for everyone. And we're, those who have access to the internet, I think that's really, really a good direction to go in. Thank you so much, Dawson. Trijal, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Why do you think it's important for students to learn about having a civic conversation?
Having a civic conversation is very important in today's world. Civic conversations are based on the fact that we are different. We live in a diverse world and we have several different opinions. And we have to learn how to cherish these differences as they're what make us unique as individuals. Everyone has their own opinions, and cherishing those opinions is a step forward to having a civic conversation. And for students, having a conversation like this is bound to improve the way that you handle an instance when you don't agree with another individual on a topic. If you disagree with a peer on a topic, it is important that you take perspective from their side while sticking to your own. And who knows, you might change your opinion on that topic.
No, that's exactly right. And that's a good point. I mean, being open to change. That's a very, very good takeaway. You're not off the hook yet, though. I have one more question for you, Trijal. So one of your fellow winners, Adam Zhang, created a PSA that we just watched a moment ago, which I really enjoyed. In that video, he talks about the importance of all viewpoints being heard and listening with people who may disagree with you, using an analogy of pizza and many ingredients, one of my favorites. So can you talk to us about your reaction to Adam's PSA and what is it that resonates with you?
What I think it was a simple yet brilliant example of civic conversations. It was put together graphically very well, and it's appealing to a wide range of ages. The way that Adam put the concept of these conversations and turned it into simple yet powerful demonstration of how a pizza is not made from just one ingredient, but several different ones. And the way that he did that is incredible. This analogy just perfectly fits the idea of having a civic conversation, since conversations often bring up differences, and we have to use these differences to build a civic conversation. Adam certainly has a talent for making simple analogies to represent concepts like this. And now looking back on my reaction to it, I think a feeling of, yeah, I should try doing that the next time I have a conversation. I think that resonated within me. So I think that his PSA really gives off that feeling of wanting to do it, to see how it would work, which is fantastic, because if there's anything that we need more of in human interactions right now, it is more civic conversations.
Great points. Actually, when I saw it for the first time, I thought it was very professional. I was surprised that it was someone at such a young age. So I thought it was fabulous. All right. So to wrap up, let's do a lightning round with all our panelists. So you each have 20 seconds, so long as it is in 1 or 2 sentences. So here's the question. What is the most important thing to remember when having a conversation with someone who has an opposing point of view? All right, so you have 20 seconds. Dakari, we're going to start with you. Go.
Seek to understand than to be understood.
Brilliant. Tova.
Founding fathers didn't want a society where everyone thought the same. They wanted a society where people with different views could come together, and that's what we need to emulate in our own lives.
Excellent. Yashika, you're next.
Stay open-minded, stay calm, listen to everyone, and remember to unite together rather than win the discussion.
Well done. Dawson?
I think you have to remember that not everybody has the same opinion as you, but you should still treat them with respect, no matter what their thoughts or beliefs are.
Remind me that with my siblings as well. All right, Micheal, you're up.
Like I said before, I think it's really cherishing another person's opinions and differences and acknowledging them as well.
Well done. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed being here. And thank you again, Kathy, for having me. You are doing such a great job planting the seeds for this next generation of leadership.
Well, thank you, Chairman Rios. It's just an honor to have you with us here today and for your leadership for America 250. So thank you for your generous gift of time and wisdom. Thank you. I want to thank you to all of our Civil Civic Conversation panelists, and thank you to all of our audience members. Viewers can go to americanthing.org or constitutingamerica.org for more information on how to have our Civil Civic Conversation program. And we are going to go just right into our next segment, which we are so excited about. And that is our Constitution and Concert segment. And I am going to turn it over to Jeanette Cranack, and she's going to take it from here.
Thank you, Kathy. That was great. And to our audience, may I say welcome to our final workshop of the day, the Constitution and Concert Workshop. If you're just joining us, welcome to our Constitution Day celebration. We just want to remind our viewers that all students you're seeing on this program today are our wonderful We the Future contest winners. You can be a winner too. It's not too late. Please check out americanthing.org to learn about our scholarship opportunities on all the categories we carry. For those joining us, we are extending our deadline to 2 weeks from today until September 30th to enter on our website. Also, if you're watching with your class today, type your name and school in the Q&A and we'll do our best to give you a shout out at the end of this. In our final workshop, we'll talk about writing music and lyrics and hearing some samples of our wonderful winter works. First, let me introduce, direct from Nashville, singer and songwriter Steve Dean. Steve is co-founder of freedomsingsusa.org. Be sure to check it out. We encourage you to. And Steve, would you like to say hello?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everybody. I am really so excited to be on the program today with Constituting America to talk more about how the Constitution relates to music.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Now let me introduce the winners we have on the Zoom with us for today. First, we have a brother and sister duo, Corlin and Jake Cairns, a sophomore and senior from Evans, Georgia. Together, they won Best High School Song in 2021. And we also have Colt Jackson, who is a 16-year-old homeschool student living on a small cattle ranch in Florida and was also this year's We the Future Best Contest High School winner. So today we're going to start with a clip of Colt's winning song about the U.S. Constitution.
$1791 was the year the Bill of Rights was adopted here. First Amendment is the one I love. It lets us speak our mind, it lets us worship God Almighty, never leaves us confined. First Amendment, you're so fine. In the Bill of Rights, you're first in line. First Amendment is the one I love. Without you, what would we become? These days, the first is under attack. They wanna take our freedoms back, but I know how to handle all that. We must preserve this liberty, make petitions for the courts to see, so we can keep this republic free. First Amendment, you're so fine. In the Bill of Rights, you're first in line. First Amendment is the one I love. Without you, what would we become? is a favorite son. He did the work after the fighting was done. Jefferson, Adams, Thomas Paine too wrote the Constitution with you. But when it came to the Bill of Rights, you're the first one in the fight. It took 3 years to get it done. It was ratified in 1791. First Amendment, you're so fine. In the Bill of Rights, you're first in line. First Amendment is the one I love. Without you, what would we become? First Amendment, you're so fine. In the Bill of Rights, you're first in line. First Amendment is the one I love. Without you, what would we become?
All right. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing your talent with us today, Colt. I'm going to be sharing a few of my favorite songwriting tips throughout the workshop today, but first let me ask you, how do you begin your songwriting process? Do you start with music or lyrics first?
So usually what I start with an idea, and then I'll use that idea to write the song's hook and then the melody. So let's say I've actually written songs where I just started with the name, like in my head. I was just like, I wrote a song called Alligator Alley. I just said in my head, Alligator Alley would be a cool name for a song.
That's a good name.
And I wrote a song. Now it's a lot of, like when I play it for people, it's one of their favorites. And usually once I have kind of that idea, I have that hook and that melody, I'll start writing the verse. Like I'll do the chorus and the verse first, because those are always important to set those up. And then I'll start writing the other verses. But of course, sometimes I do write the music before the lyrics. I'll write some of the lyrics and I'll be like, you know what, I kind of want the music to go in this direction. I'll write lyrics to fit that with whatever the story is behind this song.
Sweet.
But a lot of the time writing a song can either take an hour or it can take days, weeks, months. I'm sure you know that quite well.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so you can start a song one day and you're going to be like, man, I could, you're on a roll. You're like, I could finish this in an hour. 2 months later, you still have 3 verses to write to that song or something. Yeah. And you're like, I have no clue what to do with this. And then one day it just pops and it clicks and you're like, oh, this is what I want to do with this song. And then other times you're like, I have no clue what I'm going to do. And then you're just writing, you're fiddling around. You end up writing a full song in 2 hours, 3 hours. So it's kind of what happens. I try to kind of put a formula to it, but sometimes it just goes whatever I'm feeling.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Well, so what is your work style like when songwriting? What is your style like? What are you thinking?
You mean like what's the style of music I write?
Well, just like I think you kind of maybe already said what the process was, how you go through it, but like for instance, a lot of times for me, I'll start out with some groove will hit me. I'll start playing. And by the way, what is the tuning on that guitar? That was really good.
That was actually Dadgad.
That's what I thought. I was writing a song today in Dadgad today, so I thought that.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites. It's great to fiddle around with.
I know. Yeah, you get some great different tones, and sometimes melody ideas come out of those different tones. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Well, let's see. I'm going to share a few of my songwriting tips, and let's see. It's great to hear about what inspires you to do the process. I'm going to share the top 5 tips of my songwriting with you today. And I'll start with the first 3. The first line of your song, in my opinion, is the most important line in the song, aside from the hook. So, because you only have a few seconds to capture somebody's attention. So if you have a first line of the song that's very unique, that maybe nobody's heard it said quite that way before, it also makes the listener want to listen to what the second line is going to be. Just keep that in mind. Also, this is the little test that I do too. each line of the song needs to lead to the next line to create a natural flow to the lyric. So I always ask myself, when we get the opening line, which is the most important line of the song, when we get the opening line, my question is, why or what comes next? And you just sort of do that, and you get a verse that way that's flowing. And you just keep asking yourself, why did we ask this? Why did we say this? What are we going to say after this? What makes the flow happen? And also then, in this, and I've spoke on this before to like the NSAI and some other places, the lyric needs to marry the melody. If the lyric and the melody go together, and I'm talking about phrasing in the lyric that goes with what the music's saying, and I mean to really get it to almost talk. You're singing, but it almost talks. It's like conversation that rhymes, and you want to make sure that there's not a jumble up of some lines. If you have to say just before she can, if you had to jumble some lines in, that's not going to get the listener's attention. You need to just make it where it sounds like you're talking and it's conversation.
Yeah, I totally agree. The first point you made, you said the first line's got to be important. I remember I heard a quote from Sting. I don't know if many people know who Sting is anymore, but he said, I only listen to the first 15, 20 seconds of the song, and if that doesn't catch me, I'm not going to listen to the rest of it.
That's exactly what the A&R people in Nashville, if you submit a song to a label or to anybody in the music industry, that's what I'm talking about. If the first line or two doesn't get them, they've heard everything. I mean, they get pitched so many songs every day. And so if something really has to be special, said a little differently to grab their attention and to make them want to see what the rest of the song is.
For sure.
Yeah, it's really, I love songwriting, man. It is, I've been doing it since I was 10 years old. I started writing when I was 10. So it's been a lifelong thing for me. And I hope it's a lifelong thing for you.
Yeah, that song that y'all just heard, that was actually sorry, excuse me. That was actually the first song I'd ever written. Since then, I've written over 30. So
wow,
yeah,
that's wonderful.
And I'm working on, Lord knows how many right now. I'm just trying to finish them up, get them copyrighted.
Yeah.
And I love it.
I'd like to be on your journey some. I mean, just let me know how you're doing.
Oh, of course. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm sure we can connect you too. And thank you so much. Thank you. What a brilliant guitarist too. My husband's a guitarist. I really enjoyed listening to you. Really, really great playing there. And thank you, Steve, for the songwriting tips. Now we have to share some of our other winners. We have Corlin and Jake's winning song. And Corlin and Jake did the national anthem for us this morning. And again, thank you so much. And Izzy is going to play your song.
Hi, I'm Corlin Cairns, and I'm going to be singing the song I wrote called We Have the Power. Concerned citizens, get the word out, using our voices to make a change now. Attract attention civilly, give the press good news finally. Get a representative on board and file a petition to the record. And that petition comes a bill, becomes a law when we use our power to talk. If we want reform for this union, then we need to find the answer that speaks to all of us. There's no need to pass away. We have the power of free speech, free press to redress our grievances. Don't give up or give in, 'cause it's alright to make a difference. The First Amendment gave you the right to use it.
Oh, that's awesome. I love this brother and sister duo that you two have. I worked with a brother and sister duo before. We did a country album together, and I loved working with them. It's a great job on this song too. It actually brings me to my last two tips. Here's my thoughts. Read each line aloud of your song. Like, in other words, each line, if you write your first line, whatever your hook is, if you read the first line and then you say the hook after it and it makes sense, then you know the line's right. That's part of, it works every time. I learned that way back when I first got in the business in 1982, and my publisher told me that too, because I had written a song and played it for him. I thought it was really good, and he thought it was pretty good. And so he said, you know what, that line right there really doesn't work, because if you read that line and then say your hook afterward, you'll see that it really doesn't work. So if it does make sense, you read that line and it does make sense with your hook, then you know you're on the right track. Another thing he told me, and that was to write what I know. So, if you're 16, write what you know when you're 16. I wouldn't try to write something that maybe a 30-year-old would. You try to make it relate to a 30-year-old because they've lived a little more life. But it's easy to just think about the song that you're writing and say, do I really know about this? I'm writing this. And I really do this all the time. It kind of makes the song, it makes it real, actually, because people will believe your song because they know that where it's coming from. It's coming from your age, or wherever, and what you do know about life. I mean, it's an interesting thing, and you progress as you keep going in life. The older you get, the more things you know about. So, if you understand what I'm saying, does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
There y'all are. So, tell me, Jake, do you ever run into trouble spots or challenges in the songwriting process?
Yeah, I do. But in order to overcome these stalls in my writing, I try to think back to what I ultimately want my song to convey, both emotionally and lyrically. For instance, if I'm beginning to write a song and the general idea, with a general idea or feeling I'm trying to capture, and I start to become stuck when writing the next verse or melody, I like to backtrack and think about the initial inspiration for the song. If the words I'm starting to write and the music you put them to aren't cohesive with your original picture for the song, just backtrack and really decide what the song is supposed to be. I find doing this can help lead you towards the missing piece the song needs. So hopefully you can assemble and create everything as the feeling or experience you want the listener to have. I think each song has almost an atmosphere, and it's what I believe makes every song unique and different. And the reason someone clicks on a song in their playlist is they want to experience that feeling again and again that song gives them. So I think that's the most important part when songwriting, is keeping the final product in mind and not losing sight of what that original inspiration is. And that's what I do to try not to get bogged down or stuck when writing.
What about you, Corlin?
Well, for me, to help me start writing, I have like a songbook or like voice memos, because I generally, when I want to write a song and I sit down to do it, I can't. It just goes blank. So I always, even if I'm like in the shower or I'm about to go to bed, I always write it down or like try to remember it until I can write it down, so that I can, from this inspiration in the past, I can pick up and have like a melody or lyrics that I can jump off from. And also, it would be great if I knew an instrument. Unfortunately, I don't. Not everyone has a great brother who can play like so many instruments.
You play very well, by the way.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'd also say like lean on the people around you, because oftentimes you can sing it for them or play it for them, and they can say like, hey, maybe you should go in this direction, or I think you're doing great, keep going in that direction. And that's what I did with Jake. I wasn't sure where to go for the Constitution song, and we collaborated and it went well. So, lean on your friends, maybe learn an instrument, and write everything down,
Right. Writing things down is really, really important. Yeah. Because I'll have an idea maybe, and I'll wake up in the middle of the night thinking, this is a great song idea. Oh, I'll remember it in the morning. Not. I don't. I just don't write it down. I used to. Sometimes I look up the next morning and go, why did I write that down? That's really stupid, but it felt like a good idea at the time. But so are you thinking about learning an instrument?
I've always wanted to. My dad tried to teach me guitar. Jake's tried to teach me like chords for piano, and it's never stuck. I guess my voice is the only thing that I've ever really tried to hone.
Voices are important. Now, Jake, do you ever sing harmony with your sister?
I would like to be able to match her. I am working on my voice, and I would like to be able to sing my own songs, but I still think I have a way to go. I'm not quite as smooth as Corlin. We'll put it that way.
Well, that's okay. I'm just saying that when I worked with the Roys, it was a brother, sister, Elaine and Lee. The sibling harmony is so good. I mean, because you guys' voices, you'll be amazed at how your voices will blend because you have sibling harmony.
Yeah.
What they call it. But anyway, well, good luck with you guys, man. I would like to see your guys' progress as time goes along too. I mean, I know you're going to keep working.
Definitely.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Steve, what an honor it's been to have you here with us today. And it was great to see our winners again. We had this group on our winners trip this past summer, and they keep putting out the hits. They'll keep winning the contest. It's one of the unique things about our contest is you can win more than once. So keep entering even if you've already entered. I do want to mention that all the students we featured here on this segment today are high school winners, but we do have a middle school category for best song. So we encourage all our middle schoolers to enter too. We do have a short clip. It is only, it's close to a minute of our middle school song winner. And if we are ready to share that, we can play that one, Izzy.
Breaking news. A 6th grader from Grapevine Faith has came out with a new viral video called Free.
Freedom to speak my mind, freedom to bear arms, oh yeah, passing for soldiers, Constitution, oh well, oh well, oh. Written in 1787, but it was ratified in 1788, oh, and it's still used to, hey, and it's still great, hey! Rights, rights, oh, we have it, rights, rights, yeah, we got it, Constitution.
That was great. Steve, did you have one more question for each of the kids to answer with a 1 minute?
I do.
Okay.
Jeanette, thank you. So Corlin, Jake, and Colt, you all have important constitutional principles highlighted in your songs, which I love that. I love the fact that you guys are learning more about our great country and the Constitution and putting music to it. That's really important. Could each of you share an important constitutional principle you wrote about and explain the principle and why it inspired you? I'll start with Corlin.
Well, in our song, I sing about the First Amendment of the Bill of Rights, which can be summed up with the acronym RAPS, which is religion, assembly, press, petition, and speech. And in the chorus, I sing free speech, free press to redress our grievances, that whole thing, which basically touches on the fact that we have liberties that allow us to impact our government, because though we have a representative democracy, that doesn't mean we as a people don't have an individual voice or a say, or that we shouldn't be concerned with the matters of the government other than voting, because that's when a representative democracy becomes a tyranny, when people stop caring.
Right.
And that's why it's incredibly important that we're educated on our liberties so that we can use them. And I'll let Jake keep elaborating.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In our song, we tried to place also a lot of history of American democracy in action. We mentioned in the second verse the 1848 Seneca Falls Women's Rights Convention and how Americans use their voice to bring about change. And I think as we as citizens don't push to keep our government in check using the Constitution and the rights we have, then forward progress won't be made. But if we act like, let's say, Elizabeth Stanton did at the Seneca Falls Convention, we can bring attention to the people and we can have tremendous effects on America. our chorus is focused on this idea, and it describes the power of the people and how they use their voices through the First Amendment to make a difference.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, Jake?
Colt.
Oh, I'm sorry. Colt. I'm sorry.
There we go. I'll say this. My father told me that the former Soviet Union, there were two newspapers. There was the Truth and the News. And there was an old Russian saying that says there's no truth in the news and there's no news in the truth. And honestly, it feels like that's the direction we're headed in this country. So I think the United States can't survive without free speech. And that's what the First Amendment gives people of this country is free speech. So that's what my song is about. It's about free speech. That's why I called it 1A. First Amendment is the one I love. That's what it says. Because without free speech, we wouldn't be able to write a lot of these songs. We wouldn't be able to speak our minds, have these debates, so it's really one of the founding principles of our country.
So true. So true.
So true. Well, thank you. Thank you again, Steve. I know you have a busy time there. You have a busy weekend coming up. We wish you and your family all the best.
Thank you.
And I want to say thank you to our talented 2021 We the Future song winners and all of our future leaders who have come on our panels today. Thank you to everyone for coming. Please remember that if you joined us today, you have 2 extra weeks to turn in your We the Future entries. Go to americanthing.org to submit an entry before September 30th. I also want to take a quick moment to shout out to the students in classrooms who participated with us in this workshop. And I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge our fearless leader, Kathy Gillespie. She is the inspiration, and she keeps my husband said yesterday, I was telling him how successful this has been this year for Constituting America. It's the largest number of school signups that we've had. And he said, how did you guys do that? And I said, we have a great team. We have a team, Kathy Gillespie, Elizabeth, Jacob, Izzy, Emily, Aubrey, and everyone else behind the scenes that I didn't mention. That's why I hate to mention names, but I had to shout out, thank you. You've made Constituting America one of the best places I've ever worked. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, Jeanette. And we do have a great team and we have a great audience. And I want to say a little bit more about our team in just a minute, but I want to ask the audience not to leave just yet, because we want to do one final shout out to our audience. We want to say hi to David Cornett, who's asking for a link to watch the show afterwards. And David, we will get you a link emailed. It will be on our Facebook and it will be on our YouTube. So just search Constituting America on YouTube or Facebook. If you are a student, be sure and get your parents' permission before you go on any social media. We want to recognize Chastity Viator, Port Neches Middle School, Mrs. Viator's American History 5th period. We want to say hello to John Chambers, and John will answer your question offline. Julie tells us this is a journalism high school class at J. Wexton High School in Lansing, Michigan. Hello to Lansing, Michigan. We're so glad you're with us. John Garache, thank you from MHS Middletown, New York. My students are being dismissed early today. My classes loved it. Well, we loved having you, John. Terry Zalesnik, Amelia Zalesnik Homeschool, thank you. I know y'all are on our chats a lot too. We love having you every Tuesday, 2 Eastern on our constitutional chats. Beth Helpfund, Mrs. H. Franklin Elementary in Santa Monica. I saw a lot of posts from H. Franklin Elementary in Santa Monica. We loved having y'all with us today. Tammy Knight says Caleb Knight, Vernon, Verona, Cheryl, New York. Glad y'all are with us. Christy Cardwell, Wyoming East High School, New Richmond, West Virginia. Hunter Walker and AJ Hall. They were both answering, I think, some of our quiz questions and escape room questions. Thank y'all. And then Andrew Christovich says, could you give a shout out to Stanton College Prep in Jacksonville, Florida, celebrating Constitution Day, and thank you, Constituting America. And Colt, you're there in Florida, so that's your home state. Thank you, Andrew. And then Jesse Bluma, our friend, Serrano Middle School, says this is cool. So we thank all of the audience for being with us. Go to constitutingamerica.org for more information about the contest. Email us, constitutingamerica@yahoo.com with questions. Then I just want to say a special word about our team. We want to thank Izzy Kring for running the whole show today and for all the work that she put in to this. And we want to thank Aubrey and Emily for all of their great work. And Jacob Vanderwerken, our program director, does such a great job. Jeanette, thank you for co-hosting it so much, did such a beautiful job. Elizabeth Pinkerton, our executive director behind the scenes, has been just working away this entire time we've been on the air. We want to say a shout out to Terry Cherry, who is our educational consultant, who did such a great job spreading the word to the schools, and Bobby Rodriguez, who helped us with some editing. And Jeanette, jump in. Who am I missing? Or anybody?
We're missing Jill out in Colorado, who just started.
Jill, yes. We want to give a special shout out to Jill in Colorado, who's helping us book Colorado schools. We have a special grant for school speaking in Colorado. And then finally, if I've got all the staff, I want to say a special thank you to the person who Constituting America would not exist without, and that is our founder, the actress Janine Turner, who had the brilliant idea to start Constituting America 12 years ago. And this is her vision, and we are honored to keep it going. And we thank Janine for just everything that she's done to make Constituting America a reality, all of her hard work. So we had such a great time with y'all today, and just hope that you will participate in our programs, enter our contest, watch our chats Tuesday at 2 Eastern. And I think we're about ready to sign off. Unless, Jeanette, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, I think that's it. Thank you so much. And to our board of directors.
No, I knew I'd forget. First and most important. And to our donors. We do want to thank our great board of directors. Thank you for that, Jeanette. And we want to thank our donors and our sponsors. Again, Americanacorner.com and Darian Downs, who made this program possible today. Thank you all.